Hey, what's going on, everybody? Oh my god, what a crazy. I'm gonna order me a steak and lobster at 11 a.m. on the 25th. Yeah, I'm gonna have to figure out. God, I might be in the middle of. I'm currently on a crazy work project right now. It's gonna run until the end of the month or early September. So I'm gonna have to do something about that, chat. I'm gonna have to do something about that. I'm gonna have to. I don't know if I'll be able to take that day off or if I'll be able to block my calendar in a way. Let me see if I can just take this down a little bit. I was like, I was on a morning call this morning, and it was just like there's no light coming in because it was just so it was just so dark out. There we go. It's a little bit better. Worry about Yamaguchi's yapping? I don't think you have to necessarily. I mean, he's very locked down when he says things. Like he says things that, I mean, granted, if you're in the Discord and you're in the sort of like theory channel, I feel like I did catch something, and we'll talk about it Sunday. I do feel like I caught something, and I already talked about it on the Discord. But he, like, in his denials, there are two sort of like, if you take the denials as denials, you could potentially read into it certain things, which I did. We'll see how relevant that is. Hold on, actually go back and put this FF8 music in. Way too loud. So yeah, we'll see. You know, he's very good at not saying anything. I will say that, but like I said, in not saying anything, I kind of heard something, but we'll talk about that Sunday. It's basically him denying talking about the ending, but then potentially indirectly saying something about the ending. But anyway, either way, it's not specific. Like, you really can't take anything away from it other than like, well, maybe it means it'll stay the same or not, you know, that kind of thing. But we have a whole bunch today. We're gonna dig deep into Final Fantasy VIII. On Sunday, I also did see that Ever Crisis, there's a new, they posted the new Before Crisis chapter in Ever Crisis, so we'll check that out on Sunday also. Obviously, I have more limited time on Sundays. What's next for weekday streams? I still haven't figured it out, honestly. Like, between, like, when I'm not streaming, I'm usually working. And so I just haven't really put much thought into it. I was thinking, actually, you know, we could look at something. Hold on. We could look at shame. That would be the keyword for that. So I had it in my like list of shame. Oh, it's not showing up. Like my games of shame backlog. Like, around the beginning of the year, I did do like a, yeah, we could do some of the SGF bet stuff. We could. Isn't this showing? I have to go to the stream from the beginning of the year because we had like, or maybe the end of last year, because like that was where I listed out a bunch of games I haven't played. Actually, Chrono Trigger has to be a keyword in that doc. Here we go. When are they shutting Ever Crisis down? I don't know. Oh, sorry, I do know. It's like, what, October? October? I don't know. Actually, I do know they've been explicit about it. All right, we can pull this list up actually. This was from our convo. Plans for 2026. All right, let's just look at this real quick. Finish Crisis Core, we did that. Watch, maybe play If I Hate Myself, which it is now. You made this remix of Breezy? Or you like, yeah, it's a really good playlist. It's this playlist right here. This is usually what I use for FF8. It's this one. Killica Beats. The Killica Beats FF8 playlist. But yeah, so Dirge is gonna happen because I lost that bet. We will do a Before Crisis roundup stream. We actually are basically finish OG. I wonder what do you mean by finish OG, because are we still playing OG at the end of last year? I guess we were. Finish Rebirth hard mode, still have to do that. Games I've beaten and want to chat story. E33, God of War games, Red Dead, Last of Us, which we'll have to do. Final Fantasy XIV, we'll have to do something on that. Games I haven't played yet. So Nier, we had 12 games on this list. Some of these were options for like streaming. Some of them were for like making content around. Like I played Cyberpunk off stream quite a bit. I haven't finished it yet. I wanted to do like a playthrough series of Witcher 3. Bloodborne I've played about half of in like years ago. I played about half of it. Like I got the last thing that I did on Bloodborne was I beat the spider boss guy. Whatever his name is. So I beat him, was the last thing that I did. But BioShock, yes, BioShock is very high on my list. Crimson Desert I didn't. No. Crimson Desert I just know I don't have time for. Like it's just like a big open world. I know story is kind of like a weakness of it. And from the vibe that I get, like Crimson Desert is really just about like messing around in the world. So Metaphor, Blood and Wine, Elden Ring, and Mass Effect. Yeah, Mass Effect. So long story short on Mass Effect, I played Mass Effect 1 on the 360 when it came out and beat it. But I never played 2 or 3. I do have the trilogy. Chrono Trigger, I have to play through at some point, obviously. I don't know if I don't really want to do a big RPG again immediately. So I think what I'm leaning toward is probably BioShock for Thursday streams. And I think I can run through it pretty quick. Then there were like short indie games that I was interested in. Mouthwashing I really want to play. I've heard that's kind of fucking crazy. Before Your Eyes I want to play, but I've heard that makes you cry. I feel like I haven't given you guys tears on stream yet. That hasn't happened yet. So there's that. So if you guys really just want to watch me cry, I'll stare at the camera and do this game because I know it just reads your eyeballs. The problem is my eyes are kind of small. I would need to get my contacts back. I feel like the glasses might mess with the sensitivity of it. You'll cry in spring 2027. Blueprints I've played a little bit off stream. To Edith Finch I've played already. Journey and Sword of the Sea I really do want to play. Disco Elysium I have played a little bit. I've played like a little bit of Disco Elysium already. 13 Sentinels I've heard such good things about 13 Sentinels. But I think it's a bit of a longer game because it is like, what is it, like 20-30 hours probably. Sea of Stars could be cool. Why was I obsessed with Duck Detective? Or somebody may have just mentioned it. I don't know. Somebody put somebody mentioned it. Is that the horse game? The horse girl game? Somebody mentioned it. Because like I was doing this list with like chat. It's a gacha? That's crazy. This is the what the fuck is wrong with you list. Zelda, like everything I haven't played, Earthbound, Super Metroid, Chrono Trigger, Resident Evil games, post NES Mario, On Hill 2, Vagrant Story, Alan Wake. Yeah, Kingdom Hearts I probably won't do on stream. Like odds are if I do Kingdom Hearts, I'll do it off stream secretly and then surprise you guys and talk all about it. Kind of like something else I'm also playing off stream. I'll tell you guys about eventually once I beat it. It's not like a big thing. It's just gonna be like, oh, I didn't know you played that. The reason why I feel like, here's the thing too. I've realized since I only stream twice a week and I play a game once per week, it like it's fucking, it just takes so long for me to get through, especially longer games. And like, I feel like Kingdom Hearts, that whole series will take forever for me to get through. So in theory, offline, I could get more done. In reality, I haven't even played games this week since Sunday because work is just so overwhelming. Like I'm working nights usually also. But so there's that. So I'm thinking BioShock. Plus, BioShock has been on my list for so long, like my personal backlog for so long. I think on Thursdays we might do a little BioShock. We might do like a little chit chat before jumping into BioShock. I also kind of like having something a little bit more. I don't know. Fast paced isn't really the term. It's not like Nier isn't fast paced, but something more. I don't know, reactive or just different. It's just different. So that'd be nice. It has a story, obviously, but yeah, we'll see. I don't know how many of you guys will watch or how many people will watch in general. I'll probably have like 12 people watching, but that's fine. That's fine. I'm in it for the love of it. So yeah, a bit of a change of pace. Yeah, just mix things up. Okay, what was I gonna do now? So real quick, Cordoba, who I believe is in chat, sent this to me a little while back, and it was basically, if you remember, there was that game FAQs theory that we read, and it was about, and I pretty much agreed with it straight out the gate, but because it made sense. It was basically, I forgot exactly what it was, but Cordoba sort of, because it was a long like thing in the game FAQs, and we were reading it, and it was interesting, but like about, I was pretty early into it, and I was like, oh, is this basically saying this, this, and this? It's about 300 pages. Oh my God. So I was like, is it this, and this? And Cordoba was like, yeah, you basically got it. So I was like, okay, cool. I've already forgotten what I said. But he was kind enough to take it down as like literally a page. So to summarize that FAQ, the theory, this is about FF8. The theory is the following, and I think it's basically about Ultimecia. Following the events of FF8, the events were, let's see if I can zoom in a little bit more for you guys. There we go. Oops. I don't want to use AI, go away. Shut the fuck up. Okay. What are my overall thoughts on FF8? I liked it. I liked it a lot. It was really, what was I gonna say? It was good. I liked it a lot. You know, I liked it way more than I remembered as a kid. It's been a few weeks, so I'm trying to like get my head back in the space of it. There was like maybe a couple of stumbles, like in terms of maybe pacing of a couple things. I think what happened, I think where it probably lost me as a kid, and I've heard people make this complaint about like a lot of people, like I've been reading online, like a lot of like takes like here and there about like, oh, this 3 is where it falls off. And I'm like, really? This 3 is where it falls off for you? Like, I feel like this 3 is pretty fucking peak. Like you get such, like, it's so fascinating. You go to space, you have the, like, you know, Squall carries Renoa to Estar, and then you see the city of Estar, and then you know, go into space, and you have the big, you know, breakthrough between Squall and Renoa, and then you eventually get the whole plan. You meet Laguna. You get, like, everything kind of comes together in this 3. So it's kind of a crazy take to me to be like, that's where it falls off. What I think it is maybe people get overwhelmed in this 3 because there's so much thrown at them so quickly, that maybe that's why people have that feeling about 3. Or it could just be even just the whole like time insanity overwhelms them and gets like throws them off. Because yes, once you get into the time craziness, it can be really easy to sort of like lose your place. And I think it's because of the elements of like time compression that I really struggled to remember much of Final Fantasy VIII, like from my childhood. Like when I thought back, I was like, I knew there was something about time, but that thing about time kind of like overwhelmed all my other memories. Like I didn't really remember anything else other than like there's some crazy time shit. and Squall gets a ice thrown through his body at the end of Disc 1. Like, I can tell you the main things I remembered. Need to get dinner back in 5. Okay. The things I remembered most. Actually, I wanted to clean my glasses, and I'm noticing some. Give me 1 second. So, the thing I noticed most, so the things I really remembered going into this playthrough was, the things I remembered most going into this playthrough was I remembered Squall getting impaled at the end of Disc 1. So I did remember that. Like, these are the things I remembered going in. I remembered the space scene with Squall and Renoa. I know that was like their big breakthrough. It's a big like romantic moment, but I didn't even remember like what it was about. Like I didn't remember Squall's story really, or like how Renoa helped him with it. All I remember was that it was like a romantic story. I did remember time compression. Not exactly like why it happened or what it was or how to explain it, but like I knew there was like a crazy time thing. And then the other thing that I remembered was just a feeling of like confusion around the ending. Hold on, this fucking track is so good. Like a sense of confusion around the ending was like I did have that memory. And I thought potentially Squall was dead. like at the end. Like I was like, is he really there or not? Like I remember him appearing in the ending, and I remember having the active question in my baby brain of like, oh, is he really there or not, or is he dead or whatever? So those are like the puzzle pieces that I came into this playthrough with. I've explained this before, but in terms of like overall thoughts, I think it's like the Squall's dead theory. We're actually going to watch a video about that because I'm curious on what that is. I never actually heard a theory about Squall is dead. I just remember wondering that at one point when I was a kid. I don't believe that now at all. I also don't believe Renoa's Ultimecia. We're going to watch a video about that too, just because I'm curious. I'm curious to see, because Cordoba especially has said like this is like the prevalent theory. It is funny how, because I was watching a little bit of Jess Capricorn's stream from when she beat FF8, and somebody brought up the Renoa is Ultimecia theory there, because I went back to her VOD after I beat the game, and I saw somebody mentioned it, and they were like, because I was actually watching her stream live. You'll probably see me in the chat if you go into her VOD of like her watching the ending, but I had no context for the ending. And it showed up like right at the very, very end, like in the ballroom sort of scene. Which I remembered. I just didn't remember the context or like anything. And it was one of the reasons why I wanted to replay this game was I saw her as like just being a complete fucking mess at the end of FF8, and then subsequently talking about FF8 as like one of her favorite games, and I think it's just flat out maybe her favorite Final Fantasy right now. And so I was like, I really got to replay this thing and form my own opinion again about it. But anyway, in that stream, somebody brought up the Renoa is Ultimecia theory, and so after I beat it, I was watching that VOD, and that theory had come up on this stream too. And it's funny because Cordoba has talked about how like, man, that was like so prevalent, everyone thought it, etc. But maybe it's because we're just new to it, and maybe because we're older now. I don't know what it is. Like, I think whatever it is that FF8 was going for just made more sense to me. I think even to somebody like Jess, because that theory rolled right off both of our backs. Like, it never really gave much of the Renoa equals Ultimecia thing it sounded like a reach from the second that I heard it. And then I was watching Jess go through that theory, and then at the end of it, she was like, I don't know about that. And it's just like, oh, that feels like a reach. So sometime last year, the entire fandom shifted. Yeah, I mean, I could see how something like the Griever thing could make you be like, oh, that is weird. You know, like maybe the Griever thing was really the linchpin for people. And I can really see it, you know, fucking with you, because like even if you rename Griever to whatever you name it, then it's called whatever you named it at the end of the game. So be like, oh man, it really is like so Squall centric. Like I kind of get how people could like latch onto that. You know, it felt. We'll watch a video about it. I haven't seen the video about it, but in seeing her go through the theory in like website form, it felt a little bit like sort of fan fiction and a way for people to sort of come to an understanding about Ultimecia that isn't really there. So I think people were just like, were, you know, in absence of having much else about Ultimecia, they were looking to fill in the gaps and make it more complex than it is, or, you know, that kind of thing. Personally, the theory I summarized makes the ending far darker. Really, I'll have to check that out. I mean, we will talk about it. I do feel like it is like the Renoa is Ultimecia theory does make it feel like so tragic. Like you reach the end of FF8, I feel like once you understand it and you're like, oh wow, Squall got through it and he's there with Renoa and everyone's pretty good. Adea's even good. She's with Sid and they're, you know, everyone's kind of happy. It's a happy ending. And then once you dive into like Renoa's Ultimecia, it's like, fuck man, like that's my happy ending is gone. Now apparently she's like depressed, and because Squall, and people have to fill in the gaps too, and like at least in the version of the theory I saw on her stream, it mentioned something like maybe even Squall got killed trying to protect her or something like that. Like the seeds were like, it was like the seeds were hunting down Ultimecia, and Squall like got killed protecting Renoa, and then that's how she became Ultimecia. I don't know, it just all of it seemed like a reach to me. And people have to fill in gaps like that, like fill in entire moments, like what if Squall actually died, you know, and that's why, you know, trying to protect Renoa, and that's what caused her to go crazy. And it's like, I don't know, it just feels depressing. Remember Adea? I remember Adea speaking through the end of this too is Ultimecia. Yeah. Then what she said before and during her battle. I don't even remember what was said there. We could find it. What am I looking for? The end of this too. End of Jesus Christ. End of this too. FF8. Is this all the dialogue? Let's see. Happened. Body. Oh yeah, and then we see like Ultimacy at some point here when we go back to the scene. Oh. I wonder if she's talking more about the dialogue before. Yeah, because here she's back, like she snaps out of it. So I need the other. I need the longer bit. I need the Leave this dialogue probably. During the alone flashback, when the emergency pod. Yeah. You were talking about this dialogue, right? No, the time has come. You're the legendary seed destined to face me. And even this is like she's addressing Squall as if she doesn't know him, right? The time has come. You're the legendary seed destined to face me. What's she talking about? I must say that I am impressed. An impressive nuisance. Your life ends here, seed. Worthless fool. You're not my matron. All seeds must perish. I also feel like Renault would talk to... Renault wouldn't talk to Squall this way. Like, even if there's like... Even if she's like kind of lost her fucking mind, it just doesn't really make sense. Some say she lost her memory through junctioning GS for so long. Yeah, I guess so. True. I mean, yeah. I mean, maybe. I mean, that technically, yes. There is a whole theory video we're gonna watch about it though, so we'll get to that in a second. So get to this. Let's get to this other theory that Cordova shared with me. To summarize that FAQ, the theory is the following: following the events of FF8, the events were recorded, becoming history. But this also gives information of the future. With this knowledge, time goes on. However, the details end up forgotten by the majority of people over time. As this happens, paranoia increases and persecution of sorceresses begins and gets more intense in an ignorant and bigoted attempt to stop Ultimecia. Eventually, one of the sorceresses snaps and becomes Ultimecia. That makes sense. Ultimecia's goal is to restart the universe, one where she will be too powerful to be hurt. The fact her last words focus on a childhood she lost and misses gives a glimpse of this, I believe. And there is possibly more to support this because there is a last selfie diary set around the time of the party at Balam in the epilogue. The translation is in section UP6. It goes as follows. Finally, we arrived at Ultimecia's castle. Inside, there were a lot of traps waiting for us. Our futures were hinged in the balance. Could we do this? I just thought of something right now. What was Ultimecia thinking? Was she trying to survive in the only way she knew how? I think she was trying to survive in the only way she knew how, I think. Was she trying to reach all the way out to the past in compressed time so that she could try to erase the fate she knew was in store for her? Thinking about it that way, maybe maybe what I'm writing is one-sided. I've seen this in the FF Wiki. I cannot find it now. As to why this was in such detail, R equals U was huge for a very long time, and R equals U clowns were aggressive about it. I'm in a Discord with other FF8 fans, and I've heard more than one story of RU fans harassing those against it, and those just harassing Renoa fans. In one case, someone was harassed for being a Renoa fan by a few clowns for about 20 years. It has to be written this way to comprehensively bury their shitty misogynistic theory. Speaking as someone who has been in the FF8 fandom for about 20 years myself, as a note, a lot of FF8 fans are not happy with 7 fans, and 7 by extension. At least speaking of the past, a lot of 7 fans harass and bully FF8 fans, a lot of it being misogynistic. FF8's fandom seems to have a larger proportion of fans who are women than 7. Oh, like this mentioned. Oh, there you go. So, I mean, yes, this as an overall theory makes sense to me. That she was like so persecuted that she eventually like decided to make this decision. But I don't think it really matters that it's like, I don't think it means like Renoa is Ultimecia. Like that just feels like it feels like fans being like, I think this is more interesting and sort of like putting it out there. So I think we're gonna like over rev on a lot of Final Fantasy Union videos because I started to watch his 4-hour cut of the complete timeline, and it seemed pretty interesting. But first, we're gonna do a couple things. We're gonna watch the Renoa's Ultimecia thing just to hear what what people thought and why they thought it. Again, I don't expect to be influenced by this at all. I don't think that's even the intent of this video, at least. because as far as I know, Final Fantasy Union just tries to catalog things. So it's probably a pretty even-handed sort of like overview of the history. We could do it in the full screen movie react mode as well. So we'll see what this has to say. I'm just curious to see what the theory was, like why it gripped the fandom the way it did. And then we'll proceed to probably shit on it. The last part of FF7 fans back then were not the best. I have the experience. Yeah, I mean, all Final Fantasy fans are kind of shitty a little bit, I think we've kind of learned in our overall experience. I mean, every fandom kind of sucks. What was it? There was like some voice actor or something or someone. Oh, no. It was a developer. It was a game developer. And this guy on Twitter, and he was like, he'd worked at, Naughty Dog and Rockstar and a bunch of other, like a bunch of places. And he had mentioned, I don't know if he worked at Rockstar. I should probably scratch that. But it's Del Walker. And he talked about, I know he worked at Naughty Dog and a couple other places. And he was like, and now he's like more indie. It's like, man, I don't want to work on a big series anymore because just fandoms are nuts. Like, and I think it's just true across the board. I've heard stuff about like Resident Evil fandoms. I've heard every fandom has craziness. I think it's just like the internet just perpetuates it because we're all talking anonymously. It's anonymous people and we don't care about hurting people's feelings and we just throw shit out there. And, now with social media, you're incentivized because I want to get more likes. I want to get more whatever on my take. And it just like incentivizes people to be like more pieces of shit to one another. It's why I tried my hardest not to be. So anyway. All right. So let's check this shit out.
Final Fantasy VIII had a lot to live up to, but instead of trying to simply recapture the essence of Final Fantasy VII, the development team, under the direction of Yoshinori Kitase, opted to take a different route. This meant they attempted to develop the franchise even further, focusing on the creation of an ambitious gameplay progression system known as the Junction System, while creating an intriguing storyline that has continued to enthrall fans and inspire heated debates nearly 30 years after the game's release. Full of warring schools and states, sorceresses, multiple timelines, and even time travel, Final Fantasy VIII really pushed the boundaries of storytelling for the franchise.
It really did. I mean, that was the thing I talked about before in my overall impressions of 8. It's like going back, it's like, man, it was like so ambitious. And I think it's relative, like with the exception of like a couple of moments, it's like pretty patient with how it tells its story. Almost like too patient. It's not in a bad way. But I remember a complaint that I had at the end of this one, when in this recent playthrough, was I was like, man, I still don't feel like I know a lot about sorceresses. And you still don't get like a ton of that information. I think some of the videos that we're watching tonight will give us more. Like the FF Union one, that's like the 4-hour one, starts out with the whole like history of Hein and stuff, which I know is like on the White Seed ship, you get some of that. But yeah, I think a lot of it's just hidden in other interactions and NPCs and all of that. So, whereas in FF7, you immediately learn the stakes pretty quickly. Everything's pretty easily laid out to you. You have a decent sense of like what Genova is and, what Shinra is after and the state of like what Midgar is. There's an entire like expository scene on the train where Jesse and Barrett kind of give you the lay of the land of like, what Midgar is, why it's so bad, why the reactors are so bad. Like everything is like laid out for you in a way that's very easy to digest. And in Final Fantasy VIII, you really learn that stuff naturally over time, a little bit more, or you have to do stuff like read, the computer in the classroom to get at least some of that exposition early on. So there is that. But either way, it's a really ambitious way to tell a story.
Showed why Square were the masters of the role-playing genre. This was a story that had core themes and a strong cast. There were concepts relating to love, fate, identity, war, and loss. And of the entire cast, the two characters most at the center of these themes were the main protagonist, Squall Leonhardt, and the deuteragonist, Renoa Hartley. The game's primary antagonist, Ultimecia, then served as their antithesis, acting as a counterpoint and offering players yet another perspective on the game's ideas. Ultimecia, for her part, represented the opposite of love and fate, and was a cold, lonely individual from an unseen future. She sought to defy her own destiny by compressing all of time to a single moment using the powerful arcane magic known as time compression. A hidden figure for much of the game, it wasn't until much closer to the game's conclusion that Ultimecia took on a more prominent role as the game's primary antagonist.
I think one thing to take into consideration too is that they're coming off of FF7, and what worked so well in that game too was how mysterious Sephiroth was, right? Like it's to a point that people complain about that when it comes to remake. Like, oh, Sephiroth is fucking everywhere. I can't walk 10 feet without hearing about Sephiroth, hearing something he has to say. Which is obviously an overstatement, but like Sephiroth did have like that Jaws like, approach to an antagonist where he's not very present. He has his most present moments in FF7 are in the World of Maze, really pretty much in the World of Maze, and like the Temple of the Ancients are where he really speaks the most. And then like fun fact, because I've done this analysis before, but after he gets the Black Materia, he never speaks a new line of dialogue again in the rest of the game. There was cut dialogue that was new when you fight him at the end that we saw in the Shino Archaeology cut. But after he gets the Black Materia from Cloud, you never hear him say a new line of dialogue for the rest of the game. The only time he really comes back up is the very end of the game where he doesn't say anything. And the live stream sequence where, you just replay those moments from the past. So there's no new dialogue from Sephiroth, but it does replay stuff like, oh, you're from this town, right? Like that shit. I guess you get him saying, talking to Cloud when Cloud kills him. That's the only new bit of dialogue from the flashback. But other than that, it's like he's pretty throughout the game though, he's a bit of a mystery. So I think they probably tried to use Ultimecia in a similar way of not giving you too much, so that feeling of being a threat was like high.
And it was in her more explicit appearances in her castle, which served as the game's final dungeon, the final battle, and the ending FMV sequence, that some players noticed some key similarities and seeming references to another
My bet would be no, actually. But we'll see.
Character in the cast, Renoa. Scouring the game's text and scenes for clues, these curious players hunted for any answers as to why Ultimecia seemed, on the surface at least, to have so much in common with Renoa, to the point that it seemed overtly intentional to some. This eventually led to alt text and scenes to another character in the cast, Renoa. Scouring the game's text and scenes for clues, these curious players hunted for any answers as to why Ultimecia seemed, on the surface at least, to have so much in common with Renoa, to the point that it seemed overtly intentional to some. This eventually led to a fan theory created in the 2000s, which surmised that the reason the two appeared to be so connected was because they were in fact the same person, albeit with Ultimecia being a twisted and warped version of Renoa from the future. Due to its nature, this fan theory has become one of the most enduring in relation to Final Fantasy VIII, and this notion only became more pronounced when Yoshinori Kitase himself discussed its merits following the game's release, as he initially poured cold water in the theory.
Hearing this guy's name, Ultimecia, which I'm saying is different from him too. I feel like everyone says Ultimecia different. It's either Ultimecia, Ultimecia. I'm reminded of that short cartoon video making a joke of how different people think they should pronounce Bahamut and Tifa. I haven't seen that. Although it does remind me of one thing that I had saved to watch with you guys as like just a fun thing, and we should watch it right now. Yeah. I saw this like a little bit after beating the game. It's FF8, except everyone mugs Renoa until game over. Everyone mug her with pleasure. hate all of you. The megaliths are mine. Oh my god. Look at the title of the limit break. Renzo Muggin. Oh shit. I don't think I read any of this dialogue when I watched this like 2 weeks ago. I just assumed it was all the same dialogue. Mug heart. Noah has died. Worth it. So funny. Oh my god, why am I like, I'm so tempted by these. Did you want to share the other document? I didn't really, you mean the other page? Because it's the same document. I kind of got a little bit lost in it. So just for the sake of stream, I mean, maybe I'll read it again. Maybe I'll read it another time. Curious about this. Allow me to show you. I did not see where that was going.
Means
okay.
for both.
Okay, let's get back to. Did not see where that was going. All right.
Before stoking its embers back to life. So given Katase-san's decision, we thought it would be fun to roll up our sleeves and dive right into the theory. However, before we do, we're going to need to add the caveat that even though we're again venturing into the world of Final Fantasy VIII fan theories, it shouldn't be taken.
So yes, officially also, I think I just kind of went past it a little bit, but they denied this.
Pronounced when Yoshinori Katase himself discussed its merits following the game's release, as he initially poured cold water in the theory before stoking its embers back to life. So given Katase-san's decision,
as Katase is wont to do, Katase always like is throwing shit out there. We've talked about this in relation to FF7 Remake Trilogy. He's a bit of a fucking troll. He's a bit of a troll. He likes fucking with people. He likes throwing things out. So yeah, he likes messing with the fans, I swear.
We thought it would be fun to roll up our sleeves and dive right into the theory. However, before we do, we're going to need to add the caveat that even though we're again venturing into the world of Final Fantasy VIII fan theories, it shouldn't be taken too seriously. And it should be noted that because we want to take a look at the Renoa is Ultimecia theory on its own merit.
From what I remembered in Justice stream, how it was described is that he denied it, but then like made a joke about it's like, oh, if I were to remake it, maybe we would do that. You know what I mean? He does that.
We will not be covering the School is Dead theory. If you want to find out more about that, we'd recommend checking out our previous video. It's linked in the description below. So without further preamble, let's get started and take a look at why Renoa is Ultimecia, at least according to a theory. The theory first sprang about, like most good theories, on internet forums.
Oh yeah, I could play Residence on stream.
But officially, it was never commented on by anyone at Square, or indeed Square Enix, outside of some tongue-in-cheek references in Dissidia to the concept. That was until the 22nd of December 2017. When taking part in a Q&A with Edamame Arcade, a YouTube channel that was sponsored by Square Enix themselves, Katase was asked point-blank about the Renoa is Ultimecia theory. And, with the question taking him by surprise, he instinctively answered that no, Renoa was not Ultimecia. As this was a yes or no format question, Katase was not able to elaborate much further on why he felt this way. And because he was the director of the game, it was taken as the official Square Enix stance on the topic, making waves across the internet as creators of this
my guy looks so uncomfortable. Look at his eyes. Like he's looking around. I've been in this position. He's like, I don't know. Like
on why he felt this way. And
he's like, I just want to leave now. I did your game. I'm sure it's nothing personal against these guys. He's probably thinking, I'm hungry. Can I get some food?
Because he was the director of the game, it was taken as the official Square Enix stance on the topic, making waves across the internet as creators of this magnitude seldom comment on such speculation and rumour. For a while, this was, more or less, the end of the story. Online, the debate raged on, with fans of the theory now facing an uphill battle with detractors who are now empowered by the fact that Katase had officially debunked the theory. However, less than a year later, on the 16th of August 2018, Katase spoke on the subject again. This time, Katase spoke in a broadcast related to Final Fantasy Dissidia NT, which was being streamed live on the official Square Enix Japan YouTube and Nico Nico channels. Katase was again asked about whether Rinoa was in fact Ultimecia, no doubt because he had been made aware of the repercussions from his previous statement. He specifically addressed the Edamame Arcade channel video, providing the context that he had not been briefed about what the questions were going to be before he was asked, and was therefore caught off guard, especially due to being able to only answer yes or no in that particular section. That's why, in that moment, he answered to say that no, the theory was not correct. But having time to reflect, he revealed that he had changed his mind on his response, as he felt that his quick gut reaction was not fair to the other people involved in the creation of the game, and because the topic was a lot more nuanced than simply warranting a yes or no answer. Katase also noted that he wasn't fully aware of the fan theory or its popularity when answering, so wanted to take this time to issue a proper response.
They also just like to let fans, like, this is why, for example, they would never, I feel like, God, I don't even want to, people will take things the wrong way depending on how I word certain things. But there are things, for example, in FF7 that are debated, have been debated for 30 years. I don't think they'll ever really like I think they want to respect fans' sort of like opinions. So they make sure those things are open for people to, like, it's, you know, in the game to like do what they, to feel however they want to feel. You know?
Affirming that the game's final manuscript did not directly draw the conclusion that Rinoa was in fact Ultimecia. Katase then went on to say that it was somewhat unfair of him to answer on behalf of the rest of the team, as he wasn't the only one to have worked on the story.
There's also just no point in like angering entire parts of your fan base if you don't have to.
And other writers may have different points of view. He therefore felt it was unfair of him to speak on behalf of the other writers involved, namely Kazushige Nojima and Tetsuya Nomura, and opted to rescind his previous statement as a result, as he acknowledged that each one of them had put a bit of their own personal interpretation of the game's narrative into the writing, and thus he could not rule out the possibility that some influence of the idea may have made its way into how certain things were depicted or described throughout the editing process. To prove that this kind of,
which I do think there could be that, right? Like I heard, I remember on Justice Stream, like people were pointing out there's like a wing thing, and how the wings kind of like match, like Ultimecia has a set of wings, Rinoa is depicted with wings at some point, so there's like a little bit of a thing there, but it could just be the designers like playing with like visual motifs and things that they find interesting or, you know, fun. Versus like being a one-to-one sort of like causation.
Author headcanon insert had happened before, Katase pointed to the inclusion of a character called Shinra in Final Fantasy X-2, and how that was.
Yeah, I mean, that's another good point. Yeah, and in Final Fantasy X, they have the Shinra thing. It doesn't mean that like Shinra is literally part of the FF10 world necessarily, but it's just like a fun little.
Inclusion of a character called Shinra in Final Fantasy X-2. And how that was included by Nojima as not only a wink and nod to Final Fantasy VII, but also to initiate a sort of elaborate what-if scenario to connect the two games, if people wanted there to be a connection. And they then chose to later stoke that within Final Fantasy VII Remake. This revised statement from Katase.
Yeah, it's another, Kotoba. It could just be a symbol of like how Rinoa, even like Rinoa as her personality, everything about Renoa in the game is the polar opposite of Ultimecia. Like Ultimecia is all about staying alone. You know what I mean? And like she wants the universe to herself. Similar to Squall, right? Like Squall, obviously at an extreme level, but Squall, wants to sort of like, I don't want to depend on anyone. I don't need anyone. I don't want anyone. And then obviously Renoa teaches him the virtue of the opposite, the opposing viewpoint, and then ultimately they end up together. But it's like she just represents the opposite worldview of Ultimecia, which is just what happens with heroes and villains.
Then left the theory in a curious place, as
Renoa wears blue, Ultimecia wears red. They can never be friends.
he essentially confirmed that, in his eyes, Renoa being Ultimecia was not an explicit plot element, but that the intentions of the other writers may have differed from his, and it therefore was possible. This statement then opened the debate right back up again, which is why we're here. So, is Renoa...
I think it's less people pleasing and more like, oh, if you have fans that are really into an idea, let them run with it. There's no harm in letting them run with it,
Ultimecia. The crux...
Unless it genuinely, like, pushes against, like, a core idea or something, then... Plus, I said, certain developers will handle it differently. Katase is going to be much more flexible and fluid. Even, like, if you're describing it as people-pleasing, it could be a way to maybe explain why he's worded such things certain ways in regards to the FF7 remake series, because it doesn't want to anger people who like believe it's not, something more than just a remake. So
the theory relates to the fact that both Renoa and Ultimecia were sorceresses. So to discuss the theory at all,
it's a picture of Taylor Swift wearing an outfit that looked like the red version of Renoa's.
It is therefore essential to first review, based on what we know from the game itself and from supplemental materials, what a sorceress actually was in the context of the lore of the game. According to in-game text and the Final Fantasy VIII Ultimania guidebook, sorceresses were a lineage of magically endowed beings dating back to the earliest era of humankind, brought into existence by a godlike being known only as Hein. Hein had forged the world out of nothingness and was responsible for creating humans. As though he had immense magical power himself, creating the world had made Hein tired, and he desired a way to continue shaping the world while he rested from his great exertion. Hold
on. There was a being called Hein. Hein created the world and battled many beasts all the while. Because of the magic Hein used, he was able to win the battles with his power eventually. Thus, Hein was the governor
magical
of this
power
world.
Himself, creating the world had made Hein tired, and he desired a way to...
The human beings increased their numbers while carving up the mountain. When their work was finished, they decided to ask Hein what they should do next. However, Hein was sound asleep due to his fatigue. There being nothing they could do about it, the human beings made changes to the land.
Continue shaping the world while he rested from his great exertion. Thus, Hein set about crafting mankind as his servants and tasked them with tending the land in his stead, leaving them to carry on his will while he recuperated. At first, this plan went swimmingly, but soon the humans grew too ambitious, and the societies that developed in Hein's absence began to get their own ideas about how best to spend their time. Awakening to an obstinate civilization, Hein attempted to keep his creations in check through violent means, and his efforts soon made him the target of humankind's rage. Ultimately, the humans came out on top of the bitter physical struggle against Hein. However, Hein had a trick up his sleeve. In order to escape retribution, he split himself in two, claiming that he would give the humans a piece of his magical power in exchange for a cease in hostilities. But this was just a ruse. In actuality, Hein escaped from the humans with his power intact, leaving just his skin behind, and he then proceeded to hide his power right under their noses, where they least expected it, within the bodies of chosen women, fated to be passed down from person to person throughout history. This process became known as the Succession of Witches, and was triggered.
So that's actually really interesting. That's some really cool fucking lore. Like the idea basically of a god who tried to empower humans, and then humans kind of went awry, and so he tried to course correct humanity, got into basically to battle with humanity, and then in the aftermath of it tried to find other ways to subvert humanity's almost like darker impulses and create these like beings that could be powerful enough to try to help tame or control humanity. Kind of interesting. And you really don't get that much of it. Like, I know it's a Hind story on the ship that I don't really remember too well on the Seed ship. That is a really cool idea. It sucks how much of this, I think the longer, like, complete timeline of FF8 video that we'll watch, probably is a lot of that probably comes from the Ultimania. Really interesting. You know, the opposite read of Hind, he was a god that wanted control. Okay. Yeah. Either way, that thing that he just sort of outlined is again another reminds me of like Expedition 33 a little bit, without getting into
whenever a
spoilers and
sorceress
details.
died, but could also be triggered, in some instances, from a near-death state. The best case scenario for this process was when a sorceress had a willing recipient for her powers already chosen and prepared.
Well, I felt that more with Nier. Sorry, I was mixing games up in my head. I was like, see, I remember because I felt that about. Also, that was about Nier. That felt like E33. Never
For
mind.
the rite of succession, as this would be the most painless method for all involved. But if there was not a willing participant nearby, the succession had the potential to be a very different experience, as a sorceress without a chosen successor was put through the pain of being unable to pass on their powers peacefully, with her powers
Let me read this again.
died, but could also be triggered, in some instances, from a near-death state. The best case scenario for this process was when a sorceress had a willing recipient for her powers already chosen and prepared for the rite of succession, as this would be the most painless method for all involved. But if there was not a willing participant nearby, the succession had the potential to be a very different experience, as a sorceress without a chosen successor was put through the pain of being unable to pass on their powers peacefully, with them instead jumping to the nearest girl or woman available, whether they wished to have the power or not. Though it had been claimed that a sorceress was wholly unable to die until her powers were passed on, in theory, making a sorceress without a successor immortal, this was not backed up by two things. First, by the fact that Adele was actively looking for a successor for her powers, meaning that she was preparing for her own death, which she knew was to be inevitable. But also by the Ultimania, which stated that sorceresses do, in fact, have normal human lifespans. Regardless,
Oh, that's another thing. 'Cause, yeah, people have said that the Renoa equals Ultimacia theory kind of supposes or like presupposes that you because supposedly like she's in the far future, so it's like it assumes that Renoa has like a normally long lifespan, but apparently the Ultimania says no, they don't. It's definitely the opposite read of Hind. He was a god that wanted control, and as a finally sneaky defiance, he hid his power among those who were generally seen culturally as any protection, so his powers would remain around.
as Hind's magic bestowed great powers
Either way, like as a plan, it's interesting to sort of sneak that into society in a different way.
upon the individual who received it, sorceresses were often subject to discrimination by other humans who were scared of their powers. However, this treatment was often unfair, as having the powers did not guarantee that a sorceress was going to be evil or would use their powers to do harm. In fact, from the sorceresses were often, as Hind's magic bestowed great powers upon the individual who received it, sorceresses were often subject to discrimination by other humans who were scared of their powers. However, this treatment was often unfair, as having the powers did not guarantee that a sorceress was going to be evil or would use their powers to do harm.
Again, to your point, Cordoba, of like the idea of the what really stokes Ultimacia is the hatred that she faces and the fear that she faces. It's assumed that she's gonna be bad, even though she's
In
not.
fact,
Same thing happens to Renoa, and when we come back to space, it's like, oh, she's a sorceress. We need to like lock her down.
from Final Fantasy VIII, we know of at least one specific case where a sorceress acted in a benevolent and heroic manner, able to save a country from ruin, something that led to her being immortalized for her deeds. This, though, was the exception, and most sorceresses were forced by society to either hide their powers or fight to survive, often leading to a self-fulfilling prophecy of ostracization, as they used their powers for either great acts of good or evil. Sorceresses were not alone in their marginalised existence either, as often they had accompaniment in the form of an individual known as a knight. The sworn guardian of a sorceress, a knight had the solemn duty of looking after their liege, both protecting them from outside threats to their safety and being the ones responsible for taking them out should their powers grow out of hand and they lose control of themselves. In Final Fantasy VIII's main scenario, there were a few examples of the sorceress-knight relationship. Edea and Cid Kramer were one of them, while Rinoa and Squall were another, and Ultimecia, in a way, had a knight by proxy in ffviiiremastered, although that was more of a one-sided relationship. Adele, notably, did not have a known knight, and served as a primary example of what kinds of things could go wrong when a sorceress's power was not kept in check. Cid, by comparison, showed us the opposite, as though he had created Cid in order to stem the threat that Ultimecia would one day pose to the world. He also knew that Cid's elite anti-sorceress force could be applied to any sorceress threat, up to and including his own wife, Edea, a possibility she was also all too aware of, even helping to prepare early Cid operatives for the task ahead.
Was Cid aware of the assassination attempt, that was the plan? I assume he was, right? Because the thing that he was upset about, actually, I don't know. Because now I'm thinking it was actually Nord, right? It was NordVPN who was upset about what happened with Galbadia Garden using the Balam Garden and like basically throwing the blame on Balam. But it seemed like the Gardens were in cahoots. It's just a bit, it's a bit wild that then I guess in theory, Cid may have been okay with the assassination attempt on who he knows is his possessed wife. I don't know. Yeah. Huh. I just never thought about that until seeing this scene again and understanding the full context of everything.
Now, having addressed what a sorceress is, let us move on to the
Cid did know about Cid defeating a sorceress and that Cid introducing the idea of a day.
guts of the theory itself, and take a specific
I guess maybe he was just in agreement with before whatever happened, right? Like, damn, that's got to be tough, though. That's going to be a tough choice because he had to basically. They built the gardens knowing that the seeds are. The intent is to defeat the sorceresses. They kind of just took that on, and I guess whatever happened. I guess they were okay with whatever measure had to be taken to defeat the sorceress. Possibly. He and they are operating knowing about Squall's actions against Ultimecia.
look at the evidence in support of the idea that Rinoa is in fact Ultimecia.
Well, either way, like they learned about the plan about Cid and gardens and everything from Squall in time compression. That was through the Ultimecia thing. And so she had to have created the gardens after that based on that knowledge and knowing that ultimately it would take her out. Anyway, it was a bit of a sidebar.
First off is the idea that Rinoa and Ultimecia both expressed a desire to either freeze or condense time to a single moment where they felt the most safe.
So is not someone who wants to be in charge of garden, but does so because that was his wife's dream. Sacrifice his wants for her dreams. Yeah. And him not wanting to be in charge of garden is like evidenced by how he basically steps aside and lets Squall take over at a certain point, probably when he's not technically right.
And that this desire stemmed from a shared feeling of being trapped by their fates.
I wonder, I mean, this is like definitely reading too much into it, but actually no, because Edea is already, never mind. I was going to say that maybe he's like, he doesn't want to be involved in taking out another sorcerer, taking out the sorceress again after what almost happened to his wife. But when he steps aside and lets Squall take over, Edea is already returned back home at that point. And he knew Squall would succeed in
Desire to either freeze or condense time to a single moment is.
All right, so here's the overview of the evidence. Let's hear this BS out.
In fact, Ultimecia.
It's already an hour and 15 in. Damn.
First off is the idea that Rinoa and Ultimecia both expressed a desire to either freeze or condense time to a single moment where they felt the most safe.
Oh yeah, they outright talk about it. Yeah. When Sid promotes Squall, he says the following: "But isn't she the headmaster's wife? He wants us to kill his wife. What does it feel like to give an order like that?" Yeah. So they knew about this. Yeah.
And that this desire stemmed from a shared feeling of being trapped by their fates. Second is the fact that the future Ultimecia came from was not necessarily one in the distant future, and that it's entirely possible that Rinoa could have lived long enough to become Ultimecia despite her normal human lifespan. After all, we see from Edea that the visual appearance of a sorceress can change radically without much time having passed. Third is the appearance of the Guardian Force Griever, and how it supports the first 2 points by explaining inconsistencies in Ultimecia's actions with regards to Squall and Rinoa. Finally, there are a host of visual cues, allusions, and other references that act as supporting evidence, helping to tie the Rinoa and Ultimecia theory together in more concrete ways. For her part, Ultimecia served as not only the impetus for Seed being created, but also as the perfect example of the long-term effects of being hunted and ostracized by society, simply for being different. In her timeline, sorceresses were hunted down and executed by Seed, with society led to believe that they were going to be the ones responsible for the downfall of humanity. After receiving her power, Ultimecia therefore only had a few choices before her: surrender and die, or hide and try to use her power in order to survive, pursued to the end of her days by the very Seed forces that she had unknowingly helped to create.
Yeah.
She chose the latter option as she wanted to live, but it turned her into a bitter, spiteful and malevolent being as a result. And this led her to one conclusion: that the only way for her to see peace, while also seeking retribution for the pain and suffering she'd been forced to endure, was to become the very thing they feared, using dark magic to find a place where she could rule over all existence in a single moment, and torment those who had tormented her for all eternity. Rinoa was also a person trapped by fate. As the only daughter of General Fury Caraway, head of the Galbadian army, and the late Junior Heartily, a famous singer, Rinoa rebelled against her father after her mother passed away, attempting to escape the suffocating life she'd been given, and trying to hurt her father by moving to Timber and attempting to help their liberation effort. The subjugation of Timber by Galbadia had been a very brutal military.
Oh, that's a good point, Alzopics. Yeah, Edea and the time compression saw that Squall had a gunblade, hence why Sid was so keen for a gunblade user to join Seed. Yeah.
Liberation effort. The subjugation of Timber by Galbadia had been a very brutal military excursion, but General Caraway never saw Rinoa's actions as anything more than an adolescent acting out, and just felt like she needed to get it out of her system. Rinoa, though, truly did want to strike out on her own and live her own life, and it was through her involvement with the resistance group, the Forest Owls, that she eventually came into contact with 2 members of Seed. First, and briefly, was Cypher, and second was Squall. Though her time with Cypher was short-lived, it led directly to her meeting Squall, and as a result, the two eventually became embroiled in a plot to kill sorceress Edea, who had begun to make her play to take over Galbadia from within. This plot, as it turned out, was being orchestrated by none other than Rinoa's father, and during its execution, Squall and Rinoa formed a bond that later blossomed into Squall becoming Rinoa's knight after she received Edea's sorceress powers. From there, Rinoa's tale was interwoven with Squall's, as she struggled to find her place in the world due to now being a sorceress, and he struggled to juggle the burden of trying to save the world and trying to protect her. Their hardships were central to the game's core theme of love, and Rinoa in particular expressed frustration at their predicament, as evidenced when the pair found themselves in space aboard the Ragnarok, and she expressed their desire for time to stand still, rejecting the future for an eternity with Squall. Though at the time this came off as the naive wishes of a frightened teenage girl in love, this desire was very close to Ultimecia's desire of using time compression to compress all time into a single moment, creating a place where they were freed from the lives they never asked for. What's more, Rinoa's desire to freeze the present also came in part from the very real fear of turning into exactly the kind of sorceress that Ultimecia was, like what had happened with Edea previously. This then stemmed from the knowledge that if a seasoned sorceress like Edea was unable to resist Ultimecia, what hope would she have of being able to keep her power safe from Ultimecia's influence? It led to her even asking Squall to kill her if she ever lost control. The theory that Renoa is Ultimecia then takes this idea and runs with it, speculating that in fact Renoa's worst fears did come true, and that, either by premature death or natural causes, Squall passed away at some point following the conclusion of the game, and left Renoa in a grief-stricken, fragile emotional state where she was, for whichever reason, unable to keep her sorceress abilities under control.
I could see how people could take these puzzle pieces together and form it like this, you know what I mean? Like I know Pandora in the chat is saying, this is a bad read. I don't even know if this is saying, I don't even know if this is FF Union's particular read. I think they're just trying to reflect the theory, and like show the puzzle pieces that people were picking up. So yes, like I could see how you could take, well, when you look at it, like she kind of does this here, she kind of does this here, she kind of does this here, that kind of is similar to Ultimecia. I can see how people can put those things together and puzzle piece them together. It's like make this theory work. So in terms of, I guess, obviously I swatted it away as like, it doesn't make any sense to me at all when I first heard it. I can see how people put some of those things together a little bit. I mean, I do it myself all the time with Final Fantasy VII, right? Where I take, look at this dialogue and you look at this dialogue and, you know, you kind of, you can make things sit together in a way that maybe they weren't intentional. That's very possible, you know, like in terms of this, like reading things into what you see.
Into her powers, and with no Squall able to stop her, it's then hypothesized that Seed was mobilized against her. No doubt, a difficult decision for the very people she had once considered her comrades to make. But Seed were committed to their mission, and there was a precedent, as they had fought against Adia despite knowing the connection they shared. Regardless, it was hard for Renoa to see this as anything short of an act of betrayal. After years of being hunted by Seed, it's then assumed that Renoa simply became Ultimecia, where she, tired of the constant struggle to survive, revisited a twisted version of her desire to freeze the present and erase the future from all those years ago as her only vision of salvation. Though certainly a compelling idea, the issue with this is that while it is indisputable that both Renoa and Ultimecia explicitly expressed a shared idea, in either freezing or compressing time in a single moment, this alone doesn't necessarily mean they are the same person, as such a desire could be held by anyone trapped in a stressful state of existence. In addition,
in a sense, it actually shows you how, what it kind of does do, what it actually kind of does do is it expresses through the journey of Renoa, like Renoa's journey sort of gives you a peek into what the experience of a sorceress could be. And then you can apply that. You're able to then fill in what probably happened with Ultimecia and how she got to where she got to. Like, even if somebody like Renoa, who is like so clearly very benevolent and optimistic and all that stuff, can have these moments of vulnerability and weakness and sort of like fear and anxiety around her future. Like even she, ever the optimist, hey, I'm gonna make you like me. Like, if such a fun-loving human who could take the most like lonely person like Squall, and shut off person like Squall and turn them into, and help see the potential of like people. If even her can be sort of can't think of fucking words right now. If even she can be bothered to like that extent, then who knows what it could do to whoever Ultimecia was.
Such a desire could be held by anyone trapped in a stressful state of existence. In addition, it also assumes a lot of history and events following the supposed off-screen death of Squall, and those events are almost impossible to corroborate. Based on that, we must turn to the next piece of evidence in an attempt to connect the dots, and see if any more solid connections exist. Even if we take Renoa and Ultimecia's shared desire for an eternal present as a plausible starting point, the connection between the two still seems like a stretch given how we know that Ultimecia is from a so-called far future, and also that sorceresses live normal human lifespans. But what is not specified is how far into the future Ultimecia exists. What is known is that Ultimecia herself claims to have been fighting Seed for generations, that Squall's party encounters various other sorceresses from across time on their way through time compression to Ultimecia's castle, and that Ultimecia is the most powerful sorceress to have ever existed. None of these definitively rule out Rinoa becoming Ultimecia, however. That Squall's part is that Ultimecia sorceresses live normal human lifespans. But what is not specified is how far into the future Ultimecia exists. What is known is that Ultimecia herself claims to have been fighting Seed for generations, that Squall's party encounters various other sorceresses from across time on their way through time compression to Ultimecia's castle, and that Ultimecia is the most powerful sorceress to have ever existed. None of these definitively rule out Rinoa becoming Ultimecia, however, and in fact, in some ways, this supports the theory.
So what it does kind of make me think of, I wonder if the explanation for, even if Ultimecia describes itself as fighting Seed for generations, and if Ultimecia is bound to live a normal human lifespan, there could be something. I wonder if she kept going back in time trying to find the right spot. Like, I wonder if she was continually battling Seed in the past throughout the generations until she learned of, or until she sort of like put the idea together to go as far back as she ultimately did in 8. That could be one way to explain it.
To begin with, the word generations doesn't necessarily mean that hundreds of years have passed since the present-day world of Final Fantasy VIII, and could instead refer to decades, or even to cohorts of Seed operatives themselves, meaning that if Squall did die at some point following the events of the game, it's entirely plausible that in the interceding years, Rinoa could indeed have faced generations of Seed soldiers and still be a normal human age, especially considering that she was just 17 years old when Squall and her first met. Regarding the sorceresses encountered while the party travels through time, it's never directly stated when these sorceresses are from, as their in-game scan text claims that they are sorceresses from beyond time who appeared due to time compression. This means that even though Squall and the party fight 11 of these beings on their way to Ultimecia, they are not necessarily representative of 11 sorceresses that came between the present day and the future, and instead could have been called from across the ages, or were perhaps even just avatars of sorceresses summoned through time compression, not referring to specific sorceresses at all, but rather representing the idea of them. A claim to refute that Ultimecia comes from a not-so-distant future could also be that she simply appears too young to be an age Rinoa, and even if decades have passed, she should appear older. Shown in-game, though, are examples of sorceresses either using their powers to alter their appearance or having superhuman physical forms, such as Adia's hair and Adele's formidable stature. There's also the sorceresses encountered during time compression, and when taking into account that central to Hein's story was his ability to shapeshift, it is therefore not really that far-fetched to imagine that a sorceress powerful enough to cast time compression would also be able to maintain whatever form she so desired. What's more, if indeed only a handful of decades had passed as assumed, Rinoa would only be middle-aged at best by the time she became Ultimecia, and would therefore be quite youthful regardless, meaning that the age she appears is not quite the nail in the coffin that one might expect. Finally,
just like totally subjectively, that's just so much less interesting to me. Like, I find it a lot more interesting when I played the game, my assumption was that Ultimecia was from like 100, 200 years in the future, like some long future, you know what I mean? Which I just find more fascinating, So just my own bias is like, I prefer the idea that the sorceress who's gone through generations of persecution and whatnot has decided to go back to basically the Nexus event, the point in time where she can make the biggest impact. I don't know.
When it comes to the concept that Ultimecia is the most powerful sorceress to have ever lived, this too only appears to help the theory, as Rinoa would have had the powers of both Adia, who herself had already accepted Ultimecia's powers via the time loop, and those of Adele, meaning that she would, in the present day, be the most powerful sorceress by a wide margin, and more than likely one of the most powerful to ever have existed. Thus, decades down the line, it makes sense that Rinoa's power would have only grown, and that by the time she became Ultimecia, she would have been unparalleled. But though these arguments are compelling, under closer scrutiny, they alone do not quite stand up as hard evidence that the theory is necessarily true, as due to the fact that there's no definitive in-game answer for when the future is, even though Ultimecia could have been older than Rinoa, it's equally likely that she was not, and that Ultimecia was coming from a timeline so far in the future that both Rinoa and Squall would have been long gone. In addition, Rinoa having the power of at least 3 sorceresses, and Ultimecia being the most powerful sorceress to have ever existed, does not mean they are automatically the same person, even if Ultimecia's future is further away than we think, as she could have had ample other opportunities to compound her abilities through the succession of witches in her own era. While it's been discussed that Rinoa and Ultimecia may have had similar desires and that the theory's version of the game's timeline does support the transformation as possible, what hasn't been covered is how, in this version of events, Ultimecia seems to have conveniently forgotten about her former friends, most importantly, Squall and Rinoa themselves, and spent most of Final Fantasy VIII's narrative attempting to kill them. It also doesn't seem to follow that she wouldn't have already known more about the past and how events would play out, as she technically would have already lived through it, should the theory be true. Unless, of course, Ultimecia suffered from memory loss, something that was a common side effect of the use of Guardian forces and was well established as part of the lore. Central to the battle against Ultimecia was a section where she called upon a ferocious Guardian force known as Griever to aid her in battle, a Guardian force not obtainable by the party. She then proceeded to junction herself to the monster. As interpreted by the theory, this reference is simply too direct to be a coincidence, as the only time Griever came up explicitly prior to this was during a scene that took place during the Battle of the Gardens, where Squall and Rinoa discussed.
Yeah, I think Amano, you saying I like how Ultimacy is not explained. There's a bit of mystery to it, but also I guess if the point is it doesn't matter, it's Ultimecia is the destiny of sorceresses. I mean, yeah, it's just kind of like the ultimate destiny of where all of this however we treat the sorceresses as mankind, this is the ultimate, the sort of like the inevitable endpoint is someone like Ultimecia. There is that. In a lot of ways, Ultimecia is kind of like how people might view Genova if there was never a Sephiroth in FF7. You know what I mean? Because Genova is a completely sort of mysterious entity that you know controls and influences Sephiroth, but Sephiroth still serves as this very human direct antagonist that we learn his backstory. We kind of get a little, like, even though he is a mystery as well, and he doesn't show up as much, like we said, like he has that sort of like Jaws like thing. It's you see his downfall, you see what turns him into the maniac that he is. And so you have this person that at least you can kind of understand, even if you don't get a lot of interaction with him. And without that, people are then grasping for, how do I make this villain more interesting? You know what I mean? And the same thing probably would happen with 7 if we had no Sephiroth. We would have just been chasing this alien creature throughout the map, who has no clear backstory other than she existed 2,000 years ago. In this case, Ultimecia exists, who knows, 2,000 years in the future, for all we know. But we'd be so removed from Genova as a villain that it would probably have the same impact on us as Ultimecia seemingly had on the FF8 fandom, where they were just like clinging, they were like desperate for like some way to make her more than just, I want to kill everyone and live on forever sort of thing.
Just a ring of squalls that featured the Guardian Force's image and explained that the beast was his idea of what strength was. Technically, it was up to the player to decide what name Squall gave Rinoa for the beast depicted on the ring, with Griever being the default. But either way, the name of the Guardian Force summoned by Ultimecia bore the same name. Furthermore, Rinoa was, coincidentally, the only person other than Squall who knew about Griever prior to the final battle. How then did Ultimecia know and remember this tiny detail from that moment with Squall, but forgot?
See, but actually that introduces here we go. That kind of introduces a fundamental flaw with the theory, right? Because like, if the theory is that Ultimecia is attacking Squall and party because she doesn't remember them, doesn't even remember herself, then how is it that she supposedly remembers Griever? You know what I mean? unless Griever is just imprinted on her through time at a certain point. But if it's meant to be showing Renoa remembering something very specific about Squall, that flies in the face of the idea that Ultimecia is operating, is doing what she's doing because she doesn't remember shit. So that kind of blows the theory up right there.
Got all about Squall himself. The theory posits that what could have happened here is that during the final battle, Ultimecia peered into Squall's mind, and sensing his belief in Griever, a guardian force she had access to as a powerful sorcerer from the future.
Now that is what the Ultimania, I believe, describes, is that she reads his thoughts in the moment.
Summoned the being to prey on his confidence and intimidate him. How then did she come to possess Griever conveniently for that exact moment? According to the theory, it all comes back to the ring. Following the thought process that Squall passed away, leaving Renoa alone, it follows that she held onto the ring as a memento to him, and somewhere in time, pursued by Seed, sought out a...
But is the ring an actual conduit for GF? Like, I know we name the ring, but is the implication that we're naming a GF? I know it's the same screen as naming a GF, but that wasn't my read on it.
Covenant with the being in lieu of her knight, in order to protect herself. Renoa had experience with guardian forces after all, and what better guardian force to seek out than the very one her true love and knight had believed to be the strongest of them all. Or, as stated in another version of the theory, Renoa possibly turned either Squall himself or her memories of him into Griever, so that he could live on in a new form and protect her as a guardian force forever. Whichever version is preferred, the theory assumes that in the years that followed, with Renoa on the run, the prolonged junctioning of Griever under extreme mental duress eventually led to substantial memory.
What's the lore behind GFs? I don't know, actually. The only thing I really know about the lore of GFs is that they wipe your memory when you use them too much. But the complete timeline video we'll watch might maybe have something about it.
Loss. Something backed up by the example of nearly the entire main cast forgetting almost the first decade of their lives from just a few scant years of Guardian Force usage. Thus, in the end, it's theorized that Renoa wound up with no memories of her life or friends before, forgetting both their adventures together and the history of the wider world. Acting only on instinct.
Yeah, Cordoba, is the Griever ring meant to actually, because this theory kind of hinges, right, on the ring being a conduit or a container almost for the GF. But I mean, I guess that kind of does happen with, because don't you pick up some necklace or something, and that's how you get Doom Train, or maybe it is a ring even that gives you Doom Train. So maybe I guess like a physical object could unlock a GF. I don't know. It's just a ring. Okay, that's what I thought. Yeah. Because I don't know if you heard me earlier, but I was like, if this theory is reliant on Ultimecia recalling Griever as from her interactions with Squall as the way to summon Griever, is that Renoa is remembering that aspect of Squall, then it kind of contradicts the idea that that her GF usage made it so that she forgot the whole party. Yeah. If you scan him, it says it pulls. Yeah, no, I know that Legend of Gertie. And it's in the Ultimania too. I'm just further disproving the theory, you know. The Solomon ring is reference to King Solomon in the Bible about actual demon summoning. Interesting. The ring symbolizes something he thinks has great power. He has Griever as an image of power in his mind. No. I know this. I know all this. Yeah. The Japanese Ultimania read. Yeah. Read Squall's mind. I know that. And I think the video even does mention it. He's literally just describing what the theory is and what it's based on.
Seed and the belief that one day a legendary seed would spell her.
I was pointing out a different contradiction though. Like, you almost don't even need the Ultimania, because the fan-made theory comes to this idea that, like, oh, the reason that Ultimecia fights the party and doesn't even think about it, has no problem with it, is that through the use of GFs, she's forgotten everything, right? But then the theory also states at the same time that the reason she summons Griever is that she remembers its attachment to Squall. You know what I mean? Like the theory contradicts itself. You don't even need the Ultimania to contradict it. It's good that we have the Ultimania to provide that clarity as to how Griever actually appears. But the theory doesn't even stand up to itself. You know what I mean?
Ruin. Rinoa was completely unaware that this legendary seed was in fact Squall, her one true love from long ago, who she herself had charged with defeating her should she grow too powerful, a fact stolen from her by the only piece of his strength that she could hold on to after he died. This is one of the most poetic parts of the theory, but even though it does help to explain a lot of holes found in the previous discussions based around the theory, it itself has holes that...
I remember the actual translation of her in the final battle. She actually mocks them for using GF. Does she? I don't remember. Hold on. Let me bring that up.
Or little...
So I put it in a document. I know you sent it to me on Discord, but I put it in a Google Doc also. It's probably one of these untitled ones. If you remembered something, let me look that up. Oops. Have you remembered something? Here it is.
difficult.
Let's see. What is the line? Have you forgotten? Have you forgotten? Mahaha, have you forgotten? Literally, are you losing your memories? That is not the real terror of a GF. I will teach you the true terror of a GF. Griever, show them your power. I will summon the one you believe is most powerful. Prelude is over, and I turn on the Griever. I guess I don't take this as like mocking them for using. He's more so like laughing at the fact they've lost their memories. That's not the real terror of a GF. I'll teach you the true terror of a GF. I'm gonna guess. I guess is one way you could read it. Is like mocking that the GFs don't have power. Yeah, I'm not sure on that one.
To turn a blind eye to. To begin, even though Ultimecia's own words definitively claim that Griever was the most powerful Guardian Force, something that suggested Griever was a known entity in the world of Final Fantasy VIII. When scanned, Griever's description instead implied that it was the strongest Guardian Force in Squall's mind, and it was therefore given form by way of Ultimecia's power. This seems to fly in the face of the idea that Griever proves that Rinoa is Ultimecia, suggesting instead that the thought of Griever was coming from Squall, and that Ultimecia was merely taunting him with his own idea of strength, not summoning Griever herself like a standard Guardian Force.
Literally, the video made the same point you were making.
In the Japanese version of the game, Ultimecia's dialogue during this segment provides a lot more context on this point, as instead of declaring Griever as the strongest Guardian Force, she says that, quite matter-of-factly, that she summoned Griever specifically because Squall believed it to be the most powerful, and that the harder he believes in Griever, the more he will be made to suffer as a result. This interpretation of the Ultimecia and Griever connection is
not the real terror of a GF. I'll teach you true terror of a GF. Griever, show them your power.
Then further backed up in the Ultimania, which describes the monster as the king of beasts that only exists in the world of imagination, even going so far as to caption a screenshot of the beast with the explanation that Ultimecia materialized Griever from Squall's thoughts. This strongly suggests that Ultimecia had no prior history.
I'm so sounds so familiar, manifesting wishes, hopes, and dreams into reality. Oh shit. We're getting into revelation territory. Okay, it's about to become a revelation chat.
History with Griever, and that the choice to summon it was because of Squall's belief in it and nothing more. Should that logic follow, it means that there isn't really a solid answer for why Ultimecia seems not to remember anyone if she is in fact Rinoa, as the theory's idea that Griever eroded her memories from years of use no longer holds the same water. And as Ultimecia appears to be sound of mind and not simply mad with power, it's difficult for the theory to fall back on things like her mental disposition or amnesia as a backup explanation for this convenient lack of memory. In fact, is Squall's belief, however, from Squall's thoughts. This strongly suggests that Ultimecia had no prior history with Griever, and that the choice to summon it was because of Squall's belief in it and nothing more. Should that logic follow, it means that there isn't really
Yeah, I mean, you don't even need the Ultimania. It's literally in the fucking game. Like, it's in the fucking game.
A solid answer for why Ultimecia seems not to remember anyone if she is in fact Rinoa, as the theory's idea that Griever eroded her memories from years of use no longer holds the same water. And as Ultimecia appears to be sound of mind and not...
Oh, good point, Cordova. Also, her last words in battle have her talking about childhood, about going back there, which means she remembers her childhood.
Simply mad with power. It's difficult for the theory to fall back on things like her mental disposition or amnesia as a backup explanation for this convenient lack of memory.
If you remembered something from your childhood, a sensation, the words from back then, the emotions from back then, as you become an adult, you leave something behind, throw something away, time will not wait for you even if you cling to it. It slips away the instant you open your hands.
Going beyond arguments for why and how Rinoa became Ultimecia, there are also a host of other connections between the two that seem to further support the theory. To start, there are a slew of visual connections that link the pair, such as their facial structures, made most evident in the game's final FMV sequence.
Hold on. Damn, I can't find a good example of this, but there's that meme or the joke of like sort of like Tifa face, like in FF7. A lot of the like female characters have a little bit of like a similar facial structure as like Tifa, and it's just true. Like a lot of the models look relatively similar. Like it's just a game design thing. Like isn't it someone like I think people have like compared Kyrie's a little bit. It's almost like a different hair, but it sort of like looks somewhat similar. There's like a few of those. And it is true there is like just generally some similarity.
Where Squall sees
fucking Xenoblade 2 has a Tifa. Yeah.
Rinoa's face flash in front of him in addition to Ultimecia.
They just have a lot of similar faces in these games.
And their shared wing motif. This motif was prominently featured in a number of instances throughout the game, with Rinoa appearing alongside white feathers in the game's opening FMV, and her angel wing limit break prominently featuring white feathered wings as part of its animation. Ultimecia, on the other hand, was shown with black wings during her final sequence, possibly signalling her descent into evil from her prior state of innocence as Rinoa. Another piece of evidence supporting the theory that seems a little too specific to be coincidental was Ultimecia's castle itself. After following Ultimecia through time compression, Squall and the party are led to a float.
Oh my god, even like oh, this is more of a play arts comparison thing. Never mind. I was about to say Yuna. Looks a little bit.
Floating castle, moored offshore near a beach close to Adia's orphanage on the world map. A beach littered with the corpses of fallen seed operatives who had tried to reach Ultimecia, and right next to the flower field that Rinoa and Squall said they would meet at if they were ever separated. Like with the Griever example, does this mean that some part of Ultimecia still resonated with parts of Rinoa? And is Ultimecia's castle, like Griever, a monument of sorts to lost memories of Squall? Surprisingly, there is a little bit of additional context that gives this part of the theory some weight, and it comes in the form of a connection that some fans have made between Ultimecia's name and a real historical figure, the ancient Queen Artemisia II of Caria.
That's funny. Yeah, a little bit.
for example, is
Hold on, I missed
presidential.
this point. Seems like somebody posted something on Discord.
Was Ultimecia's castle itself. After following Ultimecia through time compression, the school and the party are led to a floating castle, moored offshore near a beach close to Idia's orphanage on the world map, a beach littered with the corpses of fallen seed operatives who had tried to reach Ultimecia, and right next to the flower field that Rinoa and school said they would meet at if they were ever separated. Like with the Griever example, does this mean that some part of Ultimecia still resonated with parts of Rinoa? And is Ultimecia's castle, like Griever, a monument of sorts to lost memories of school? Surprisingly, there is a little bit of additional context that gives this part of the theory some weight, and it comes in the form of a connection that some fans have made between Ultimecia's name and a real historical figure, the ancient Queen Artemisia II of Caria.
Oh, is this the
Queen
one
Artemisia
you were talking
II
about?
ruled Caria between the years of 353 and 351 BCE, following the death of her husband, Mausolus. And in her extreme grief over him, not only did Artemisia supposedly consume his ashes in the form of a drink, but she also built a tomb known as the Mausoleum of Halicarnassus, both the source of the word mausoleum, coming from Mausolus' own name, and one of the 7 wonders of the ancient world. Artemisia II was also famous for fighting back invaders from Rhodes who objected to a woman ruling, and sent a fleet of soldiers by sea to depose her. This plan backfired spectacularly for the Rhodians, who were tricked into disembarking and killed before Artemisia II's own fleet launched a counter-offensive against the Republic, using the Rhodian ships as cover and taking over Rhodes. The story of Artemisia II not only has heavy parallels to Ultimecia's story of being persecuted, as well as mirroring the latter's brutal response to the seed agents who attempted to attack her, but also to the theory's assertion that Ultimecia's castle's form and location served as a monument of grief for Squall. Lastly, some proponents of the theory turn to Ultimecia's parting speech after her defeat for proof that Rinoa is Ultimecia, as it appeared from her English dialogue that, in a moment of lucidity at her predicament, she referenced her own past as Rinoa and her inability to make true her desire to hold on to her time with Squall. She said, "Reflect on your childhood, your sensation, your words, your emotions, time."
I don't know. Artemisia is like someone from the past, like someone from real life history who like what she did in real life seems to reflect a little bit of like Ultimisia.
It will not wait. No matter how hard you hold on to it, it escapes you. These additional pieces of surrounding evidence are enjoyable to explore, but when examined under the light, once again, none are enough on their own to definitively make a call as to whether the theory is true or not. With regards to the resemblance between the 2 women, as well as the wing motif, these were clearly meant to be purposeful connections between the 2 characters, but were not likely intended to be interpreted as literal proof that they were in fact the same person. Rather, that they were likely just solid examples of thematic parallels that emphasized the game's core ideas and message. In addition, the connection to Artemisia II is a fun one and does suit the
Yeah, no, Cordoba, I'll get to it. I mean, truthfully, it sounds like that page that you wrote is it's a pushback against this Artemisia theory, but I don't even really understand this Artemisia theory. It just seems like some person found someone from the past who has a similar name, and so they connected it, made the story seem like they were probably inspired by her. I listened to this story and I don't even remember what they said about her. But
theory well, but it's also conjecture, seeing as there are other plausible historical references, like the 17th century painter Artemisia Gentileschi, famous for works such as Judas slaying Holofernes. The connection also makes sense, seeing as Ultimecia's castle is full of art, but the truth could simply be that Ultimecia's name was an allusion to a magnitude of inspirations. When it comes to Ultimecia's final words as well, again, we find that the meaning here might be more of a general reference than a specific one. As in the Japanese version of the game, Ultimecia instead makes a clear statement on the concept of the impertinence of time and the inevitability of.
Oh, gotcha. So technically another translation dispelled Artemisia. That's why people were finding that historical thing as more plausible, or as like the reason why. Gotcha.
Loss. themes very central to Final Fantasy VIII, and again, not necessarily proof of any connection with Rinoa. And so we find ourselves at the question again, is Rinoa Ultimecia? Ultimately, it's not the purpose of this video to tell you what to think, as this theory certainly is a lot of fun to consider, especially when taking into account that while the individual arguments in favour don't amount to much on their own, when taken as a whole, the idea that it could be true certainly is a tantalising one. But consider this. Kitase retracting his previous answer on the subject was not an endorsement for or against the theory. It was just that he didn't want to speak for his colleagues when he believed that they might have their own thoughts on the subject. Certainly, Kitase's wish...
Which, I mean, to be honest, from what I've heard of like FF7's development, there are a lot of scenario writers and a lot of people are just involved and they throw in their ideas. Like back in that PS1 era, they were just lobbing shit in. Like there were people who were like responsible for like certain maps and like laying out the dialogue and the scenario like within, and they all kind of like imprinted their own thing on them. Even if there was like an overall story they're working against. Apparently there was just a lot of that even on you know, if you look at the Last Elixir videos on FF7, they talk a lot about that. And how you can see the imprint of those individual developers on certain parts of the games. So it technically isn't impossible that there was maybe, you know, a person here or there who like made an artistic choice to like make the visual match between the two characters. And even if that's not the way Nojima conceived it or Kitase conceived it, they sort of like put that little Easter egg in it, just based on their own sort of like thought. So it's not totally impossible that happened, that maybe someone on the team wanted to sort of like make that link. But regardless, I think basically the official stance is no, it's not true. And I personally don't buy it either.
On the matter can be set aside when we consider the angle of the death of the author, as despite the writer's intentions, a story can be interpreted in other ways. Through this lens, it is certainly possible to come to the conclusion that Rinoa could very well be Ultimecia, and doing so would not necessarily be wrong. However, it's also important to remember Occam's razor. The simplest way to approach this theory may in fact be the correct one, and the simplest answer here is that the evidence seems to suggest that Rinoa could be Ultimecia, but also that she probably isn't. After all, it is common for stories to position two characters in such a way that they serve as direct representations of the same theme, which is likely the intention here as well. However, stranger things have been true in Final Fantasy games, and more abstract connections have been made between titles and characters. So in the end, whichever interpretation of the story resonates most with you is ultimately the right one. And that's something that we think the writers of Final Fantasy VIII, Kitase included, would agree with. But with that, we hope you enjoyed this look in...
Yeah, it was a good overview. Good overview. I'll read this thing. I can't guarantee I'll understand it, Cordova. I'll read it. Since we just got that explanation of Artemisia and yeah. So Game FAQs might seem a bit insane. However, it cannot be overstated how dominant the RU theory was in FF8 fandom, or at least the American parts of it, for literal decades. Just 18 months ago, people are being assholes to you. This is also why I ended up bringing up Artemisia Gentileschi, because a big pillar of the RU theory relied on the German-Italian translation of Ultimisia's name as Artemisia. They immediately connected that to Artemisia II of Korea. She was a co-ruler with her husband until his death. When he died, she became a sole ruler and had the mausoleum of Halicarnassus constructed to honor her husband. You might remember this as being one of the 7 wonders of the ancient world. According to legend, she also drank wine with the ashes of her husband, mixed in for the rest of her life. Jesus fuck. There's nothing really connecting Ultimisia to this Artemisia aside from Ultimisia's room, vaguely resembling some inaccurate medieval depictions of the mausoleum. This is in section UR11. That FAQ brought up Artemisia Gentileschi as a rebuttal. At the time of FF8, she was more culturally relevant. Starting in the 70s, this artist started having a bit of a revival in terms of recognition of her art. And in 89, the full transcripts of the trial of her, can't say that word, were translated into English and released. Then we come to the movie in 1997. Note that we already know that 8 took inspiration from 2 other movies released in 97, Titanic and Good Will Hunting. Is this like actually stated anywhere? Like, is this mentioned in like an Ultimania or something? The movie got a lot of attention by reframing, I can't say that word again, as being consensual and loving, who was a woman somehow. Logic here is that she didn't like Jen Selesky being just a victim, trying to empower. All right, I don't know where this went. But yes, as that video, sort of gave an overview of, there were multiple historical figures, including this person who notably was an artist. And there is art in that video. So there is that to consider. All right. I also want to see the Squall's dead theory, because I know this is a big one that's been around for a long time. I thought I had it. Yeah, here it is. You needed to make me know something about a movie ending a director's career. Okay, well, it got into potentially troubling topics that I didn't want to read on stream. So, sure. But anyway. Squall's dead.
Released in 1999 as a follow-up to the wildly successful Final Fantasy VII, there's no denying that Final Fantasy VIII had big shoes to fill. Fulfilling those shoes was a challenge the developers at Square took to heart. It would see Final Fantasy VIII arrive as a game that oozed creativity. There were countless innovations relating to gameplay and narrative, and existing concepts were pushed further than they ever had been before. In the form of Triple Triad, Final Fantasy VIII would also feature one of the most addictive and enduring minigames ever associated with the franchise. But perhaps the most captivating part of the experience was its story, which was delivered through a smart blend of in-game cutscenes and stunning cinematic sequences that wowed audiences. Built around the themes of love, war, and fate, this story would reference a myriad of ideas from popular TV shows, movies, books, and even other Final Fantasy games, and it would continue to draw heavily upon sci-fi concepts like its predecessor, Final Fantasy VII, building on them where it made sense to do so. One prominent example relates to the use of flashback sequences. In Final Fantasy VII, these were used as an important storytelling device for exploring Cloud's past, but in Final Fantasy VIII, their use expanded well beyond this, to the point where the flashbacks became a secondary, almost parallel plotline. It would see players take control of a completely different set of characters, and by using this approach, the writers were able to draw players into a multi-generational story that helped to not only flesh out the world, but also create subtle connections.
Such a bold idea to do this.
It would also introduce narrative elements that were intended to be ambiguous, such as the identity of Squall's father, allowing the player's imagination to draw their own conclusions.
Wait, what does it say? Ward says, "Good thing you don't look like your father." Oh, yeah, I remember that line of dialogue. Yeah.
As opposed to telling them outright. This notion permeated through the rest of the narrative in a way not seen before within the franchise, and due to how ambiguous the narrative and lore was in certain areas, it has led to some very compelling fan theories being crafted as a way of attempting to explain and justify specific events that happened throughout the game. One of the most popular would suggest that Rinoa, the game's deuteragonist, was also the game's main antagonist, Ultimecia. But even though that theory is well crafted and has some intriguing visual evidence, its popularity pales in comparison to another, quite extreme theory, which...
Yeah, I mean, I didn't know about RU theory at all before until literally you guys told me, like after beating the game. I never heard of it before. Granted, I'm not as engaged in the 8 world, but even in passing, like I said, even as a kid, I'd considered, wait, was Squall dead after this one thing? And then I've heard, generally speaking, like Squall is dead. Like I've seen it written in places. So like I do know that this theory is like all
suggests that Squall, the main protagonist of the game,
think he is
actually dead for most of the typical playthrough. On face value, when said like that, it sounds quite nonsensical. After all, how could the main protagonist of the game be dead without the player even knowing? But as shown by Rahul Chowdhury and Deirdre Ratta.
And you can tell, like, literally the age of FF8 and its theories is like exemplified by how they live on the internet. Like in the era of Final Fantasy VII Remake and Rebirth, these theories live in the form of videos, right? And maybe like Reddit posts. But like for each of these theories, they have like dedicated .coms, like squallsdead.com, and then the literal like the site is designed to like take you through this theory. There's also a site for Renoa's Ultimecia. It's so funny to me.
Within the game itself, there are a surprising...
I mean, it also just shows that like the general theorizing around this game, which makes sense, happened that's like when it was contemporary to when the game came out, We got to have so much more fun back in the day. The theory: at the end of Disc 1, Squall and friends face Adea on a parade float in Delling City. Okay, I kind of want to see this website now. Squallsdead.com. Here we go. Welcome to squallsdead.com. Discusses the possibility of theory. At the end of Disc 1, Squall and friends face Adea on a parade float in Delling City after the fight. When Adea seems defeated, she conjures an enormous ice shard and propels it through Squall's chest. Even though actually it feels like it goes through more his shoulder when you actually see it. I mean, we're about to watch a video that goes through all of it. Oh, look at this old video. Like, the way they do this, though, is so good because, like, she hits this dude, and then you start Disc 2, and you're you're Laguna. And you're like, wait, are we going to play the rest of the game as Laguna? Like, live, in-person, like, first-time experience is, like, fucking wild. Because you haven't even pieced together at this point that, like, the Laguna story is in the past, really. So I remember when I first loaded into Disc 2, I'm having, like, that vague memory. Being like, oh shit, are we like Laguna for the rest of this game? It looks like it goes through his chest in this angle. When it does this, yes, his chest is there, but it looks a little bit more like the shoulder. Yeah, because chest would be like here. Chest would be like here. Goes to your shoulder. Now that there's stuff, there's shit there that could kill you. But yeah, you can really see it clearly here. I like the design of the site though. I kind of like these like dialogue boxes, how they pop out a little bit. Such a sick picture. Anyway, let's see the video version of this because it's 2026. So
amount of oddities that can be difficult to explain, and when positioned in the correct way, they do help to present quite a compelling argument. So, is Squall dead? Well, let's find out. The basic premise of the theory is that Squall dies at the end of Disc 1, and everything that happens afterwards is based on a perceived reality as opposed to the true reality. This means that every event, from the player's initial introduction to Balam Garden through to the attempted assassination of Sorceress Adea, is assumed to have actually happened, but everything that happens after the failed assassination attempt does not. And this is all because of how the assassination attempt can...
Oh my god, I think Shadow Slasher, because this is the second chat that Shadow Slasher has sent, that is seemingly like way further back in the stream. But they're mentioning the Cloud Lightning face meme, which I've never heard, but I also haven't played 13. Jesus Christ. I never seen this before, but I mean, yeah, actually, I mean, it looks similar. Yeah, that's funny.
After defeating Cypher and then squaring off against Adia, Squall, Irvine and Rinoa appeared to be in the ascendancy. But after becoming annoyed by their persistence, Sorceress Adia decided to put an end to the charade by summoning some giant ice shards and flinging them at Squall. One of them did inflict significant damage, and Rinoa looked on in horror as the force of the impact flung Squall from the parade float onto the pavement below. To say this scene was impactful would be an understatement. Even now, the whole sequence from Irvine's failed attempt through to Squall jumping in a car and driving aggressively through
fucking sick sequence, honestly. What a hell of a sequence.
Crowds before confronting Adia head-on is some real high-octane stuff. And when it ended, with the camera looking up from Squall's perspective before fading out to black, it led to so many questions as the player was asked to swap disc. Outside of the more obvious, such as what on earth just happened, some of those questions may have also related to the fate of Squall. And given what Square had just done with Aerith in the previous game, there may have been a faint fear that they had chosen to take the concept of an impactful death to more extreme levels. Many of those questions would be answered as soon as Disc 2 was inserted, as the player would see Squall alive and well. And the immediate assumption would be that Squall was treated for his wounds, making a full recovery. But the theory assumes the exact opposite, that the wound was in fact fatal.
Didn't other characters like openly just like talk about Squall all throughout the rest of the game? I mean, wouldn't that alone kill the theory anyway?
And that everything that takes place at the start of Disc 2 until the end of the game.
It's like Sid makes an announcement over the fucking like loudspeaker. Yeah, we're gonna make Squall the leader of Garden, and everyone in just rolls with it.
Game is a dream akin to
they talk back to him. I mean, it's so easily disproven.
The concept.
Let's hear it.
Of someone's life flashing before their eyes right before they die. Just instead of taking place in a few seconds, it's slowed down and shown in more detail so the
within 10 text boxes, I was worried about Squall. Yeah.
Player can play through it. When explained like that, the theory doesn't sound all that far-fetched, and there are aspects of what happened after the commencement of Disc 2.
This just shows me how peak. They've gotten way better at giving space for theory crafting, right? Like, as an FF7, theory-ish person, I see myself more as an analysis person, but yeah, I dip my toes in making some theories. We just have a lot better material to work with because they're working with some loose fucking material in FF8
that add weight to that theory. But there are also some elements that were already foreshadowing within the narrative of Disc 1. One of the more intriguing of these elements relates to a sequence that took place within Galbadia Garden. While waiting for the news about their upcoming mission to assassinate Sorceress Adia, the party were informed that Cypher had been captured and was to be executed for his part in attacking President Delling. This revelation led to a lot of reflection amongst the party, and perhaps the most extreme reaction came from Squall, an individual who had been at odds with Cypher for as long as he could remember. This came across as surprising in numerous ways, not least because instead of being concerned for Cypher, Squall was more concerned with his own existence. This led to him deliberating the soon-to-be extremely relevant existential question, what happens to us and the people we care about after we die? And this deliberation led to him blurting out a statement that stunned the room. In the context of the theory, this particular sequence could then be considered foreboding and rather pertinent to what is assumed to have happened at the end of Disc 1. Here's where things deviate though, depending on how you perceive the events that happened, as after booting up Disc 2, we saw that Squall was awake inside the D District prison, and the anomaly here was that there was no sign of Squall having ever been wounded. This is in stark contrast to what happened after the powerful opening sequence, where Squall...
I'm sorry, I was getting distracted.
And this deliberation led to him blurting out a statement that stunned the room. In the context of the theory, this particular sequence could then be considered for...
They made a big deal out of him saying, I won't have anyone talking about me in the past tense as if he was dead.
Room. In the context of the theory, this particular sequence could then be considered foreboding and rather pertinent to what is assumed to have happened at the end of Disc 1.
They're, like, genuinely, all I'm seeing in these FF8 theories is, like, someone feeling like, you know what I think would be better? I think what would be better is if actually Squall was dead this whole time. And if you look at this bit of dialogue and this bit of dialogue, shit, man, wouldn't that be fucking sick? And like same thing with Renoa as Ultimisia. Like that's the vibe I get from these theories is like they're pretty quickly, pretty easily disproven. Like if Griever was like such a core bit of evidence for that theory, like it's literally debunked within the game. Like within the enemy intel in the game. And then same thing here. It's like this is pretty easily debunked almost immediately. But for some people, it's like some of that could come from like maybe feelings of dissatisfaction with 8. You know, you're coming through it past being there in like 7 minutes. So it's like I wonder, it kind of feels a little bit like it may come from like maybe feelings of disappointment with 8. And so maybe this comes from people who like wished maybe the game were better in their minds or like they were disappointed. So like, but you know what? Maybe it's more interesting if, and then, you know, formulated these theories and put a couple of puzzle pieces together and really ignored all the answers that sort of pushed against it, you know?
Here's where things deviate though, depending on how you perceive the events that happened, as after booting up Disc 2, we saw that Squall was awake inside the D District prison, and the anomaly here...
I can tolerate RU theory, but I'm not fond of Squall is dead. It really undoes Squall's development, and pee poo poo on the game seems a message. Yeah, Liam, agree.
Was that there was no sign of Squall having ever been wounded. This is in stark contrast to what happened after the powerful opening sequence, where Squall had his face sliced open by Cypher's gunblade and ended up in the infirmary. In the immediate aftermath, Squall not only has a bandage on to help with the healing, he also references still being in pain, and of course, ends up with his legendary scar. Based on this, it's clear that damage within the world of Final Fantasy VIII can be permanent and very real.
Yeah, it's just,
despite the wound received via Adia's hand being far more severe, Squall appeared to have a clean bill of health and was already strung up, ready for torture. What further cements this as an anomalous occurrence are statements from Squall himself, as after waking up he internally voices confusion as to why there's no wound. After then being tortured relentlessly, Squall is rescued by his allies, but nobody references any part of what happened in Delling City, and it's never spoken about again. The only person who does show some kind of concern is Selphie, as she simply asks, "Are you alright?" This sequence also has some odd narrative context.
It didn't really hit as very odd to me, you know what I mean? Like I never really thought about that at all. Like I guess, do they really not discuss Delling City again? I guess I never even noticed that. I figure they must have talked about Delling City. It felt like contextually you could pick up that they were talking about what just happened when they're in the prison before you learn about Squall, before you see Squall in the thing, and it's just Zell and the rest of the party members, and then they eventually bring up Squall, because they do bring up Squall. I do remember that happening. I think it could be just like, I remember feeling like obviously they're talking about the aftermath of Delling City, even if the character doesn't say, "Oh man, that was crazy in Delling City." You know what I mean?
Namely, why would Adia choose to incapacitate
The events of Delling City are mentioned when Squall is talking to Norg. Yeah, there's that too.
Squall and then revitalize him for the purpose
It's like the whole purpose of the Norg fight.
of interrogation, where they managed to capture Quistis, a far more valuable target. Unlike Squall, Quistis had been a seed for a few years and was given the responsibility of teaching seed candidates, and Cypher would have been well aware of this. The only plausible explanation in terms of the core timeline would be that Ultima Seer knew of Squall and what he would become, and believed he had more access to information at this moment in time than he actually did. Beyond that, even though Cypher would have known that Squall was ignorant to these questions, he probably wouldn't have dared to disobey a direct order, even though he knew it probably made no sense. With regards to the theory though, Squall is now the focal point of everything that happens. So even though he's confused himself, it could be that his subconscious placed him in the spotlight. This theme of Squall being placed as the focal point then tracks through many of the game's subsequent sequences. Perhaps the most notable instance will come not too long after, when Squall, a relative novice in the grand scheme of things, was placed in charge of Garden's entire military force as they attempted to fend off Galbadia Gardens far more.
She's talking to nobody here, chat. You probably don't know, but everybody in the garden looks up to you. They like you. Lulu. That's why you can't even take this thing seriously.
Troops. Beyond that, there's also an aspect that relates to the theme of love. Throughout Disc 1, even though Rinoa knows Squall, she has
Rinoa gets saved in space by nobody. Rinoa gets saved in space by nobody. Maybe that's why it looks like her mask, blows up in the end, and she, that's what happened. That's what happened, because there was no Squall. Oh, the end, the ballroom scene. It's like Titanic. Oh, they're all dead. There we go. Cordova, Titanic connection. We got it. We solved it. Squall is everybody's dead. Not just Squall. Everybody is dead. You probably hate me right now.
No specific feelings towards him. In fact, she's far more interested in Cypher. It's revealed that prior to the events of the main game, Rinoa and Cypher had been in a relationship. And such was the impact of this relationship that Rinoa looked back at their time together with a lot of fondness, even contemplating whether she was in love. When she ventured to Balam Garden, she was actually hoping to meet with Cypher, only to find out that this was not possible due to his failure to pass the seed exam. Rinoa and Squall would then be thrust together not too long after, as seed would be assigned to help the timber resistance movement. But throughout much of this, Rinoa would not be impressed by Squall's demeanor as Squall.
Like, the littlest things when I look at this game, like the animation of her pulling the paper out here, I don't know why I was focused on that in this moment. But like, it just genuinely is so impressive thinking about this after FF7. Like, in the grand scheme of things, we've evolved graphics and visuals so far beyond that, but like, this is the shit I'm focused on.
Then be thrust together
this
not too long after,
paper
as seed
animation
would be assigned to help the timber resistance movement. But throughout,
like, it actually
not too long after,
flops a little bit.
would be assigned to
look at the movement on this piece of paper. I know this is like the least important detail to be thinking about in this particular video.
To help timber resist.
Look at this. Boom. It falls, has some kickback. Impressive. It's impressive.
Throughout much of this, Rinoa would not be impressed by Squall's demeanor and showed no outward signs that her relationship was anything but professional. After Squall's near-death experience, this all changed. Rinoa no longer mentioned or showed affection towards Cypher, instead becoming interested in pursuing a relationship with Squall, even though he continued to be cold and callous. She was anything but professional. After Squall's near-death experience, this all changed. Rinoa no longer mentioned or showed affection towards Cypher, instead becoming interested in pursuing a relationship with Squall, even though
he's dead.
Callous to
even though he's dead.
Beyond these affection towards Cypher, instead becoming interested in pursuing a relationship with Squall, even though he continued to be cold and callous towards her. Now, beyond these aspects relating to Squall himself, Disc 2 and beyond would also feature huge leaps in terms of science fiction. One of the immediate examples of this would be Moombas. First encountered within the D District prison, Moombas were adorable little lion-like creatures capable of minimal speech and almost nothing else. Within the context of this sequence, they seemed to mistake Squall for Laguna, a character only seen up until this point in scattered dream sequences of the past.
So is the theory that Squall is dead and we're playing as Laguna? I'm just trying to figure out where these theories go. This is not a shot at FF Union. He's just like literally trying to convey the theory, but just like it just crumbles. This theory crumbles like immediately, like on impact. Like this theory dies on contact. It's crazy.
But even though Moombas were not encountered throughout Disc 1, they would become far more commonplace as the story of Final Fantasy VIII developed. The extension of this then related to the secret benefactor of Balam Garden. After returning there, the party would find themselves at the centre of an all-out civil war. Norg, the secret owner of the facility, would task his faculty members with capturing Squall so that he could be turned over to Adia in order to ensure that she would spare Garden from any recourse for their involvement in the assassination attempt. This sequence contained numerous revelations, but perhaps the part that was most fantastical related to Norg being an elder of the reclusive Shumi tribe. Further to that, and how this relates back to the Moombas, was that within the wider lore of Final Fantasy VIII, it was revealed that Moombas were former members of the Shumi tribe who did not evolve into Shumi elders. Compared to Disc 1, which was far more grounded, it meant Disc 2 and beyond pushed the boundaries of fantasy, and the mystery behind the Moombas, their connection with the Shumi, and the mysterious nature of how Garden was created would be just the beginning. As the narrative progressed, more boundaries would be pushed, as a hidden
I'm not gonna lie, I'm so distracted by the music. It's so good.
futuristic nation would be discovered, space travel would be introduced, and we'd learned that not only was the moon a breeding ground for monsters, but they would periodically gravitate towards and invade Earth via a phenomena known as the Lunar Cry. We'd also learned that the main antagonist was not Adia, but Ultima Seer, an extremely powerful sorceress from the distant future who had ventured into the current timeline through the use.
I mean, to be fair, Cordova, hijacking a train is worlds more grounded than monsters living on the moon and dropping down to the earth, and there's a giant sorceress locked in a chamber floating in space. Like, there is some crazy shit. Like, compared to, you know, stealing a train. Even if that is like a you know, a very difficult thing to do in real life, it's it's more grounded.
Use of temporal possession. And this then leads
But the end of this one has obviously the crazier shit of like has some crazy shit. Like when you get to Delling City, like Delling City is pretty wild. Like seemingly the entire city's is like entranced, and she conjures an ice shard that goes through Squall. Like it's a fantasy game. So but if I were to just put on a piece of paper and give it to a random person, here are 2 story events. People steal, you know, hijack a train. Monsters on the moon fall down to Earth. I mean, yes, it's a little bit more grounded.
The ending. The final moments of Final Fantasy VIII pose yet further questions, as upon defeating Ultima Seer, the dialogue of the dying sorceress suggested that not everything was as it seemed. In something akin to how Zack's death was portrayed at the end of Crisis Core, according to the theory, the player would see Squall's life flash before his eyes. He would see key scenes from the game interspersed with images of Rinoa. But instead of being fully formed, her face was blurred out and her form would keep disintegrating and reappearing. This was then followed by something quite nightmarish, a shot of Squall with a large dark hole where his
Oh, this shit is so fucking peak. Like the more I see this ending sequence, the more I just like love this shit.
Face should have been. The conclusion the theory draws is that because Squall is dying, these images relate to the euphoric feeling of release before death. Squall's imagination was therefore running free in those last moments of consciousness, and he was now at peace. When laid out like this, there are definitely compelling elements to the theory, and it offers a completely different perspective of the plotline of Final Fantasy VIII. And that such a theory is possible and plausible just goes to show how open the game's lore and narrative are, as quite often the contrary evidence also requires assumptions and faith. Perhaps the easiest example of this relates to that initial moment, as there are no explicit answers given as to how Squall is able to recover. One popular argument is that the eye shard appeared to pierce Squall's right shoulder or chest, meaning his vital organs were likely intact. It's also assumed that Squall was healed by powerful magic, perhaps even by his assailant, Idea. That such action was taken is then justified by the notion that they needed Squall to be alive and well for the purposes of interrogation. In terms of the science fiction aspect, even though Disc 1 is more grounded, it does also contain a dream sequence with Laguna. There's also plenty of lore related to Guardian forces and the associated memory loss through use. And even one of the game's most outlandish concepts, the Lunar Cry, is referenced within the Balam Garden computer system as the reason why the Cetran civilization was wiped out. The weirdness of the ending also has a degree of narrative explanation. Following the defeat of Ultimacia, the party knew that everything would get quite messed up, and that there was a chance that they would get lost within the chaos, unable to find their way back. Renoa.
Yeah, we're watching the Squall's dead theory, Summoner John, which is pretty easily falsifiable, like within 3 seconds of thought.
Was meant to be Squall's anchor, but for a while he struggled to visualize her in any meaningful way and failed.
I mean, I don't remember if there is. I mean, I assume it is. It could be in there. I really don't know if it is. I mean, there is a lot of lore in the Balam Garden computer. I remember reading it at the beginning. I don't remember if I read about the Lunar Cry, but it's possible because there was something about like some kind of catastrophic events of the past was talked about there.
To make his way back to their promised meeting place. Worried, Renoa then used her powers as a sorceress to locate Squall, and by hugging him, she provided an anchor that managed to guide him back to reality. Similar counter-arguments can then be applied to lots of points brought up by the theory, but even though that may be the case, it's still hard to find any kind of explanation relating to how out of place both the Mumbas and the Shumi tribe feel, and that's before we even get on to mentioning the Poo-Poo. What's perhaps most interesting about this theory is how the developers themselves have responded to it.
Oh, what did they say?
In an interview with Jason Schreier in 2017, Yoshinori Kitase was asked his opinion on a variety of Final Fantasy fan theories. These ranged from whether Knights of the Round was actually what had defeated Genova in the past, through to whether Go-Go in Final from whether
hold
Knights
on, I
of
want to read that. On the theory that Final Fantasy VII Knights of the Round are really the Cetra that defeated Genova 1,000 years before the events of the game. Let's see what he says. Even though Kitase is known, so like I said, he kind of trolls a little bit. He's a little bit of a jokester. Everyone thinking too deeply, reading between the lines too much, laugh Kitase. That makes it difficult because if you think about, this is the one where he says like, I would have wanted to do that, right? That makes it difficult because if you think about it that way, we might have to make it that way. That's definitely not true. Kitase added that artist Tetsuya Nomura, the best known as director of Kingdom Hearts, created all the summons in 7. They don't have any backstory attached to them, Kitase said.
Round was actually what had defeated Genova in the past, through to whether Go-Go in Final Fantasy. Kitase spoke with conviction to deny the theories, and even in the case of the Go-Go rumor, where he wasn't quite with regards to some popular Final Fantasy.
On the theory that Final Fantasy 7's, I got to skip the 6 ones because I haven't played that yet. On the theory that 8's Renoa is really Ultimacia, no, that is not true. I don't think I'll incorporate that, even if we do rank. Oh wow! So he actually provided another quote about it. I don't remember because they didn't talk about this one in the Renoa Ultimacia video that we watched. But no, that is not true. Kitase said, I don't think I'll incorporate that, even if we do remake the game. But that being said, both Renoa and Ultimacia are witches, so in that sense they are similar, but they're not the same person. There you go.
The 8 theories.
See, it's another good example where you can't take Kitase just straight on, because then fucking we see this all the time with 7, chat. But it's like, oh, but see, Kitase said this about like all the humanity being dead, or he said about this about having children connecting. Yeah, he flip-flops. He's sort of like he's a rogue agent. And trust, that's literally why. That is literally why Okay, maybe I can't say literally because I don't know for sure, but that is a big reason why it feels like Hamaguchi is the official only like solo spokesperson for this game. They'll let Katase do a written statement, when the game is announced. They'll let Nomura do a written statement when the game is announced, and there may be even like an actual interview with Nomura closer to release of Revelation, or more likely afterward. But it's like, yes, this is the perfect example. He changed his mind years later on a Square Enix stream, by the way. So wait, was the stream that was in the Renoa Ultimisia video that we just watched, was that streamed after this interview from 2017? Or was the stream where he was like, oh, people can believe what they want? Oh, that was a later one. Okay. Because that video, the Renoa Ultimisia one, mentioned the video where he like put up the thing where he said it was false. It didn't mention this one. So it seemed like he had the stream where he like did that's false, and then later did the interview where he kind of flip-flopped. And so I thought maybe this one was even newer because this one wasn't mentioned. So I guess this one happened in between.
Kitase was very firm on denying that Renoa was not Ultimisia. He said no.
Yeah, he has a tendency to bend to pressure of the fans, I think.
That's not true. They are similar, but they are not the same person. However, when
it's like, that is so definitive. Like, the way that the Renoa Ultimisia video painted it was like that he did this interview where he just had no opportunity to explain it, gave it a big X, said no, that's not true, but he didn't have the chance to elaborate. But apparently he did have a chance to elaborate, and he literally said they're not the same person. That's not true. Like, when given a platform to explain it and express it, he flatly denied it, and then later said that shit. It's not a good thing. Hamaguchi not bending is excellent.
Not true. They are similar, but they are not the same person. However,
honestly, Leon, FF8 in Expedition 33 style would be perfect. Not exactly, right? Because that's more of a much more fantastical of a world. But there are like realistic, character models for them, for the most part. It would be great. But I want it as one game. I wouldn't want multiple games.
When asked about Squall being dead, Kitase's answer would end up being quite surprising. In the initial sense, Kitase stated that the theory was not true, as the injury Squall sustained was not fatal.
Let me actually read it, because he was paraphrasing. On the theory that Squall dies at the end of Disc 1 when he's stabbed by Adea's ice spear, and that the rest of the game is his dream. No, that is not true, Kitase said, laughing. I think he was actually stabbed around the shoulder area, so he was not dead. But that is a very interesting idea. So if we ever do make a remake of 8, I might go along with that story in mind. He's just, he just likes to... He's not a firm interview subject.
The theory was not true, as the injury Squall sustained was not fatal. However, he then stated that the Squall is dead theory was a very interesting idea. Further to that, Kitase then said that if they ever made a remake of Final Fantasy VIII, they might do so with that theory in mind. Now, based on how Kitase and his close collaborators...
You know what? But that might even... That probably doesn't even mean that he would do it. I think you know what that actually makes me think? It makes me think that if they were to ever do an 8 remake, they wouldn't make it so that Squall is dead. But they might play into it more in the retelling, which will piss some people off in FF8. Like, they might actually try to make it seem for a little bit like maybe he is dead and this isn't actually real, until obviously it ends up being real. But they might like lean into it a little bit to like fuck with people, similar to how they like leaned into things like, was Aerith saved or not at the end of Forgotten Capital Rebirth. So they will probably lean into it if they were to ever do it. Not to confirm it, but to use it against the audience,
have chosen to develop the narrative of the Final Fantasy VII Remake. That statement is very intriguing. And it means that even though Kitase did say the theory was bogus, as Squall is not dead within the original game, should they ever choose to remake Final Fantasy VIII, well, who knows what will happen. Either way, we hope you enjoyed listening to our run through of this popular.
I mean, it's exactly what they did with the because they literally talked about it during the 7 remake interviews. They were like, you know, people always talked about like, oh, is it possible to revive Aerith? And so they were kind of incentivized to really play with that idea.
Fan theory. If you'd like to find out more, then please do check out scorelisdead.com.
Like I said, to use it against the fans who are kind of like thinking this stuff. So we watched the Renoa is Ultimisia one. We watched this.
Hein's first thought.
There's a complete timeline. This I started to watch and it was pretty good, even though it's way too long. But there is a shorter version, but I might actually watch a longer version. Probably not in its entirety tonight. And I want to watch this cut content one also. But there was one thing. Hold on. There's one thing I want to pull up as well. It might piss off Cordoba. I'm sorry. It has to do with Cypher, and I know you hate him. To be fair, this kind of does reinforce your point about him. But someone, and I know you pointed out the other animation, but I didn't see this animation, but it just shows. This was on Just Capricorn stream. Somebody sent it. Yeah, he does the exact pose as Laguna. Like he does the standing pose too, just like Laguna, but also this like sort of setup one. He does like Laguna. Apparently it shows him renting out the movie in the library. And then his hairstyle is exactly like Laguna's in the movie. Kind of a fun little Easter egg. More like detail, not Easter egg. I wanted to watch this. This seems relevant because I know there's like cut content, and I know Cordoba, you sent me some details of it. It was like more like list format, so I wondered, like, I went to see if there was any videos about it, and there are a couple of videos. I wasn't sure what might be best. There's one that's only like 9 minutes, but there's one that's also like 3 parts, and each of them are about 10 to 15 minutes. So I figured the longer one might have more details. So let's give it a shot. So this is the cut content, the history of the cut content of FF8.
With the release of Final Fantasy VII, the Final Fantasy series had become a strong household name in the mainstream, and Squaresoft's most successful game yet. As a result, during the English localization of Final Fantasy VII in 1997, the next entry,
if there is a really good cut content video that anybody knows, I would gladly take a link. There's a few of them. So I just took a shot at one that seems to have like a lot of stuff.
was in full swing. While up to this point, series creator Hironobu Sakaguchi had closely worked on the series, he was taking more of a backseat as its executive producer to work on a special Final Fantasy movie, leaving this series firmly in the hands of Final Fantasy VII's director Yoshinori Kitase. And so, having already went about making a world of higher technology and machines for the past 2 games, Kitase was
And then Liam, I think on Twitch you can actually post links, so if you find it, go ahead.
going to keep that tradition going, a venture to go forward on, and staying apace or even outmatching with what was declared as one of the greatest games yet. And so through much developmental planning, large chunks of cut content, and a massive shakeup of the series' localization, today in the first of 3 parts, we shall explore the history and beta unused content of Final Fantasy VIII. If you enjoyed this video, please hit the subscribe. Having just wrapped up Final Fantasy VII, the team, with writing headed by Kazushige Nojima, wanted to move away from
As much as the bomb stairs is in, made more its money back than the awful movie about Artesia and Chidaleski did.
Final Fantasy VII's darker story, and instead be a more light-hearted one, as the team would put it, light emerging from darkness. As a result, with seeing reactions to the major death in the previous game, the rule was for no major deaths this time around. One major idea
Was there a rule around no major deaths? It's interesting.
that came up was through the nostalgia nostalgic feeling that the team had of when they were students, leading to them wanting to make a story that would take place in a school setting. However, the idea they very much wanted to avoid was making it become a school drama, which would be a contrast to anything in the series. So instead, it was stylized as a military academy.
I do remember thinking it was cool that it took place in a school, though. Like, I was like, that's different. That's new.
Where students would train to become mercenaries. Writer Nojima was planning for the game to feature 2 stories, featuring 2 playable parties this time around. A means for both stories to take up half the game, with a story set in the past, featuring a group in their late 20s with much experience and camaraderie, which would take place in the first half of the game, then a 20-year time skip, where for the second half, the military academy section would come in.
Wait, really? It was going to be like more sequential like that?
Half the game, with a story set in the past, featuring a group in their late 20s with much experience and camaraderie, which would take place in the first half of the game, then a 20-year time skip, where for the second half, the military academy.
I could see conceptually, if that was indeed their idea, I could see how that would be kind of interesting, that would be like, I could see them before they get into it thinking, all right, let's do it that way. And then changing their mind in the edit, like as they actually start to build it. Because conceptually that is interesting, right? Like you play a game and then you jump 20 fucking years. And from what I know, there are like classic games where there are like things like that a little bit.
Section would come in. Character designer Tetsuya Nomura further was inputting on the.
It's not exactly the same, but I know 6 has like, it's been spoiled for me, unfortunately. But the world kind of changes. I think halfway through that game, so it's kind of like that.
Story here. He wanted to establish a contrast between both sides as a result. Being that the 2 protagonists were required, the characters Squall Leonhardt and Laguna Loire were being made, whereby Laguna was being designed as a character who would be experienced and appreciated friendship.
The only thing about the time jump, like if they did it as a time jump, it would be, I think it would actually be like less interesting in general, just because you would then know clearly like that was the past and this is the future. Part of the fun of 8 is like eventually putting that together and realizing, oh wait, this is actually in the past. That's what these cuts, you know what I mean? Like, and it works well with like time compression and all that stuff. So ultimately, I think they made the right decision to have it be more interspersed, and you sort of like put that together as to like what Laguna's world is as you play through it.
Squall was inexperienced and much more of a loner. To begin the process of designing the characters, long-standing serious artist Yoshitaka Amano was brought back to draw concept arts of various portraits and characters based on the ideas being made for the characters in the game. Simultaneously, Tetsuya Nomura would continue his role of being the main character artist to do much as what Amano was doing by utilizing the characters' ideas. For Nomura, he this time had more freedom to draw in his own style, which branched away from the more anime aesthetic that was requested of him for Final Fantasy VII, and pursue a more realistic one. In Nomura's own words, they weren't really my style. Meanwhile, the role for Amano this time was to strictly stick to more concept art and not serve as a basis for making these characters. As such, Amano would draw a simple rendition of Squall here, dressed in all black with a blade in hand, in his own art style, which would soon be followed by Nomura basing the character's design on actor River Phoenix and drawing Squall with a more elegant design and long hair. But this design wasn't something that director Kitase felt would work for what was going to be this tough loner kid, and asked Nomura to shorten his hair, which in that spur of the moment, Nomura would even give Squall an iconic scar across his face.
Good call from Kitase. It's a good call.
He had no idea how he would have gotten it when he drew it, and instead left that work to writer Nojima to figure out and incorporating it into the story, which would lead into him receiving it from his face getting cut via a gunblade. The gunblade itself in this case was next on Nomura's list of designs for Squall. Having a recent fascination with silver weapons, he wanted to make a weapon that would control differently and thus develop this weapon that is both a gun and a sword. And in further drawing Squall, Nomura wanted to challenge the team that was set to make the FMV cutscenes of the game by giving Squall's jacket a fur.
Oh, really, Zarks? That's funny. The hair came back with Kingdom Hearts, and that Squall's hair is long. I guess in Kingdom Hearts is long. That's funny. Sure, plaid Renoa. Did you like message me? Sorry, I don't really like have my I don't really pay attention to Discord while I'm streaming. Hold on. Wow, she really looks like Tifa there. This is Renoa? She kind of looks like Tifa here. The hair especially, I feel like gives me that vibe. This is for Dissidia? Interesting.
Collar to animate. On Nojima's side, Squall was being made to be quite different from Cloud. While Cloud was rather reserved and left to the player to interpret, here Nojima was writing Squall whereby one could hear his thoughts on any and all situations. On the flip side, in trying to keep up with that emphasis on contrast, Laguna was being designed more similarly to previous Final Fantasy protagonists, having a more open personality, ability to work
You share a very obscure facts video about 8. It's short. Yeah, it's fun.
well with others, and appreciate the bonds of friendship. Much as with Squall, Amano also drew Laguna in his art style in front of the moon, to which Nomura in his
It's not exactly the same art style, but I've been rewatching Evangelion, and this reminds me a little bit of that.
case drew
Just like the color, like the stark colors and against characters.
Laguna similarly. The moon here had a significance at that time, whereby a render was soon produced of both Squall and Laguna.
Okay, yeah, look.
Insane facts. 5 insane facts. FF8 facts will make you want to hijack a train. That's amazing. Watch that for sure.
Staring at it in further reflection of their contrast. But in a story of contrasts, the contrasts were not just going to be limited to the protagonists, but as well as the main heroine and the main villain. The heroine being designed with the intention of being Squall's main love interest by the name of Renoa Hartley. For this, Nomura wanted to create a woman who would leave a lasting impression on the player and have a cute appearance. As a result, a list of cute vocabularies were sent to Nojima to incorporate into the scenario. The idea of Renoa was for her to be designed as
What is the link to this video? Hold on. This is the video we're watching right now.
more or less an opposite of Ultimecia, the main villain of the game, featuring light color.
Yeah, we went through Lightning Magma. We went through like a bunch of theories on. We went through a run through of the theory on. I don't believe it. I don't see Renoa as Ultimecia. You can rewind in the video to see why, but there may be a lot of coincidences, but there are a lot of things that pretty plainly stand against it, like straight up within. The main thing is the GF memory loss. All right, I'll throw this at you, Lightning Magna. And all this theory is brand new to me. But the thing that pretty much automatically makes it not work for me is not only does the Griever battle intel data say that she just pulls it out of Squall's head rather than comes out of her own head, but if by that you mean the Griever thing, if the reason that she doesn't remember the rest of the party here and she just attacks them outright, and she doesn't remember the party is because of the GF memory loss, then how is it that she remembers that Griever is linked to Squall? Because it seems to make that leap based on the concept that as Ultimisia, she remembers that Griever is linked to Squall. So it doesn't really make sense if supposedly the GF thing wiped her memory as well. Because then apparently she has memory loss, but it's very selective. Some memories are gone, but not everything is my guess. Yeah, I mean, it just doesn't really hang together for me. But, you know, we ran through a video of it, and there's a lot of counter evidence too. I mean, not to rain on the parade of your theory, because I'm sure you've been into it for a long time, as you're saying, like you played through the game 10 times. But coming into it cold, I don't see it that way.
And themes as a result. Within Amano's illustrations, he stuck to a completely bright theme, from an orange dress, blonde hair, and even angel wings, a contrast to his wild art of Ultimisia that had black wings coming from her and a dark dress. Nomura toned that back, which, while keeping a generally bright appearance with a blue dress instead, also gave her black hair, while the angel wings were more thematic to her, from the back of her dress to even her limit break depicting it. As such, his rendition of Ultimisia gave her a red dress to oppose Renoa's blue, while white hair was there to oppose Renoa's black hair.
Yeah, no, I mean, it's a game, it's your first Final Fantasy. I don't mean to, like, you know, sound aggressive on it, but yeah, I just said I ran through a video on it, and I've, you know, read about it, but there's many things that make me personally not believe it.
In many ways, what you had was the rendition of an Angela character versus a devil.
Cordova, but there are yeah, but you and I, Cordova, are quite different. But there's 3 parts to this video, so I don't know, there's like, this is just part 1 of 3. If there is one that covers Windhill 2, like, I just don't know.
Like villain, Renoa herself was being designed as a light-hearted girl that would look out for people, while Ultimisia was being
If anything, you could write in chat what Windhill 2 is, you know?
designed as a sorceress from the future with complete and utter greed, having an end goal to compress time and space and control all matter within it. Further along, Nomura had drawn Renoa with a miniskirt as a means to keep her cute, but after complaints from female staff for how impossible it would be to move in that, he scaled it back. Ultimately, Renoa was set to be the main love interest for Squall, with much interaction being planned to build up the story. As a result, Amano even drew in his own art style a rendition of Squall and Renoa dancing with each other, something that was soon adapted into a ballroom scene early in the game. But initially, it wasn't just
What, I mean, you can throw it in chat.
going to be a straightforward romance, as ideas were in place to make a love triangle. This being made
What remains of Windhill 2, which is pretty much everything except dialogue, seems to where you would play through Laguna trying to stop Lone's kidnapping but failing. Oh, okay, got it. So by Windhill 2, you're just mentioning second visit to Windhill as like Laguna or something. But yeah, I mean, that makes sense. That they may have planned that.
with Squall's rival and major antagonist, Cypher.
There are other FF8 cut content videos though. There are like FF8 cut content. So you could check like some of these if you want. There's this one. This one is a bit longer, 21 minutes. I mean, I guess the easy way
owing
to
largely
do it
to creator Yoshi.
would be to do transcript. No mention of Windhill.
But
A lost, completely different FF8. There's a mention, but it's doesn't seem like it's the thing. Alleyway Jack. Yeah, this is the one. I don't think it mentions Wind Hill, unfortunately. But this is one of the ones I was considering. It's only 10 minutes, which is nice.
Final Fantasy VIII is a game that has often
only because I am getting like physically a little bit tired. Let's maybe do this one. It's only 10 minutes.
been noted for its story and what some perceive as its narrative complexity or ambiguity. And this is something that has re-emerged in recent years, owing largely to creator Yoshinori Kitase stating in a series of interviews that a bunch of content was cut from the game, and that, for example, the flashback sequences featuring Laguna Loire were originally meant to equate to about 50% of the story alongside Squall Leonhardt's story.
Yeah.
This revelation
50%
has
of the
piqued the
story.
interest of many fans as to what the Laguna plus Squall story might have looked like, alongside what more might have been cut from the game. And what's fortunate is that increasingly a bunch of material has become available that hints to some degree or another as to what shape this game might have taken. So here we're going to look back over some of the available bits.
Oh yeah, I did see this in what you sent me, Cordoba. You sent me some links, and there was like one of them that had like a Wikipedia link. And like in the Wikipedia link, what's it? Was it this one that had the videos in it? Yeah.
From
It's this one. Where they had some like some assets that weren't used. One of the cooler ones is this one. Car and animated backgrounds. It's labeled as Wind Hill. So this is like a scene like driving toward Wind Hill. This is probably this is probably Wind Hill too, right? This is probably where he was on the way back to go save her. Someone in the talk page pulled all the Wind Hill cuts together. Really? These are cool shots. These other Wind Hill shots. This is such a cool shot right here. Shame it didn't get used. Oh yeah. There were a couple things here. There's this one. Alternate ending to what was it? Alternate ending to Timber Train Ride. Which one is the? Is it this? It's like a couple of screens. Oh, yeah, this is cool. You get like back streets of Wind Hill. Oh, video. Here we go. Oh, the video is gone. The video is gone. Must be too old. Various unused things. I think it's this video, right? Which it's gone now. I assume this is it. There's some unused dialogue in which Zell, Selfie, Renoa, and Kisis are the first shown to district prison. Selfie, how's Laguna doing? Fine. He seems like a nice, caring guy. I didn't see him. I guess they changed it, maybe. He's working in some sort of prison links, but later on, Laguna comes to get him. We're just so happy. Interesting. The final Laguna dream. Does this work by any chance? Nope. Battles 293 contain unused battle scenes against SR soldiers, elastoids, this may be unrelated to this guy. That's cool. Some maps, field, Laguna party. Yeah, I mean, there's a bunch of here. There's a lot here. I'd have to cipher. I'd have to sift through. Yeah, all the video links are dead. This one's still up because thankfully these people use YouTube. This is an alternate ending to the train sequence. What are you doing? I was just wondering what the other cars. Wait, what? What the other cars are like. Later. You mean I can go? People, why is it that people do this? Like the Before Crisis, there's a video of like a bunch of the mobile version, the original version of Before Crisis, and people move through the dialogue like instantaneously, and it drives me fucking nuts. Isn't the point of this to show me an alternate scene? What are you working on in your favor? That better be a promise. Like, what is the point of recording this and putting it up if you're not going to let people read the goddamn content? Like, I have to do the same thing with the mobile version of Before Crisis, where I have to like pause it every 12 seconds. Well, every 2 seconds actually. Forget it. Can I go now? Fucking speed running cut content. It's wild. Rah! This guy too. And maybe this is the same concept. Maybe this is not the new stuff yet. I don't know. Thank you for writing with us. We'll be arriving in Timber shortly. This is an old video? Yeah, this has to be old. When was this uploaded? 13 years ago. The best they had. 480p chat. Arriving shortly. When's that train? When's that train? I'll just get there already. Well, at least they keep me entertained. All right, he chose it. There's also no audio, which is lovely. Ah, shit. It went so fast. I didn't even see what she said. Not yet. Come on, hurry up. What are you doing? Hey, you never know what's in store for us when we get there. Gotta warm up. These raging fists of mine, they'll be ready for some action soon. Actually, the fact that you're like, this scene does nothing, no wonder it got cut. That is like a lot of cut stuff. Like if you watch like special features of movies and they're like deleted scenes, I 99.99999% of the time that I watch deleted scenes, it's pretty obvious why they were deleted. They're like, yeah, this kind of kills the pacing. This adds nothing. The one that is like most shocking to me though is, and I guess it's an example of like why it's not like they weren't deleted scenes necessarily. It was just an extended edition, was Lord of the Rings. I'll never forget. I finally decided to watch like the 4.5 hour cuts of the Lord of the Rings movies, like the extended editions. And I was like, God, this is going to be, because in my head, I had the example of like, every time I see deleted scenes, I'm like, these scenes are terrible. Like even, hold on, let me just get some music in the background. Like even, I went to see Kill Bill, the full cut of Kill Bill, and it had extra stuff like that extra stuff in Kill Bill, and it just drags, dude. The extra stuff in that was added to like the backstory of the assassin girl, it just drags. And I'm like, yeah, I understand why that was cut. Like, you really don't need that. Or Ishii, or Oren Ishii, I think is her name. Like the extended backstory on her, it's just not really necessary. But the Lord of the Rings special editions, the extended editions, finally watched it and I'm like, oh my god, 4 hours, this is gonna be brutal. It's actually, it flew by. I was shocked at like how well paced it felt. I know Cordova sent me something. Let me see. The unused past version of the mansion interior had a couple of interesting things. First is that it's the only indoor map that loads Laguna's car. Given the wreckage near the door and the NPC dialogue in present-day Windhill, it's likely that Laguna would have crashed his car through the mansion doors. Oh shit. It's likely Laguna would have crashed his car through the mansion doors. The second is that the map loads the SR Soldier model, something no other Windhill map does. This is also one of the only Windhill maps that does not load Ward's model. The overhead field has separate unbroken states for each of the 3 windows. It also contains particle effects that look like the glass being broken. Scripting exists for this dialogue. It could be activated by changing variable. All right, that's way over my head. Furthermore, one of the menus, debug room field test 1, contains an option called Laguna Saved Ward that changes this variable. Based on this, it seems likely that we would have had a loan being taken in the 3rd Laguna dream, during which Laguna would have driven his car through the front door of the mansion and rammed the soldier with it, crashing through the window and into the other unused field. Whatever decision led to reuniting with Ward would likely have occurred after this, since Ward is not loaded on the past mansion field. Got it. Interesting. Yeah, it doesn't really seem there's much here. It's maybe like a little bit of different dialogue. Let's go back to the video.
From Ultimania source material, interviews, and code debugs to see what's up with the cut content of Final Fantasy VIII. Kicking off first with a world map that has been adapted and translated from Katase's own production notes. This is a pretty interesting document that, for the most part, represents the map as we know it.
Well, give me 1 second, chat. This needs to run to the bathroom. 1 second. Sorry.
In the finished Final Fantasy VIII, but with several key additions and adaptations. Moving from the top down, we have the northern continent of Trabia, which is one of the sparsest locations in the finished game, featuring only a bombed out Trabia garden and Shumi village for us to explore. Unlike the other major areas of Esthar and Galbadia, for example, Trabia has no featured capital or cultural centre in the game, which seems a little bit odd, and looking to Katasei's map, it appears to have been one of the locations that was cut in the final game, since there is a capital city there, situated just north of Balam Island. Likewise, on the other side of Trabia Garden, we have another scrapped location, which was called Master Village in this draft, which may well have been repackaged as the northerly Shumi Village by the time the final game rolls around, since the Shumi Village is absent in this original map. Moving down the map, we have Balam Island, which is pretty much intact, but it has been annotated as the Balam Regency.
Oh wait, sorry. I missed this. All my favorite games were rushed and a lot of missing content. FF8, Xenogears, Wind Waker, Chrono Cross. You just have no luck, Kithen. You just have no luck. I'm sorry.
In Katasei's notes, which is interesting because
Trabia is the emptiest continent in world map FF history, yeah.
Where we have the Galbadian Republic and the Dolit Dukedom. In the final game, there's no real political attribution or obvious leadership to Balam and other areas like this. And a regency in particular is interesting because this would infer the existence or the prior existence of a monarchy at some point in time. But the real meat of the original narrative intentions comes, I think, from the Esthar region in this map, and to a lesser extent the Centra region. And here we can see how much the Laguna segments would have trodden the path for Squall's future events to follow in, and how much more context may have been offered to historic outlines.
The Laguna era lunar monster fall point. Oh, this is not technically saying, it's just saying that's what that is, not necessarily that we would have seen it. Although that would have been cool too.
Such as Sorceress Adil, the Sorceress War, the White Seed, and so on, since tracing down...
Kithen, can you do me a favor? It's very important, Kithen. Extremely important. I need you to not look forward to any game that I'm looking forward to, because I'm afraid that your curse might fall upon me. So Revelation, just don't look forward to Revelation, Kithen, please.
On the map, through Esthar, we have annotations for the Laguna era Lunar Cry, which is only sparsely shown at the end of the 4th dream in the final game. And south of this, we have a note that says this is where Esthar attacks Trabia, which would have expanded on the historical enmity between these two nations, and perhaps Laguna's role in witnessing that. We also have an airship origin point in what is now the Grandini Forest in the final game, and this has no significance in the finished game aside from being a place to find Marlboroughs, but it's interesting that perhaps the airship was originally meant to be discovered on the world map rather than up in space. And further down from here we have what's noted as a map rather...
I just realized something. Sorry. Just do the proper. There we go. Now I'm actually Laguna. Sorry for blocking him, but now I just am him.
Rather than up in space. And further down from here we have what's noted as an old Esthar capital and a new Esthar capital, which is what it seems we got in the final game, the latter one, along with several notes about Adil descending to Earth, a white ship rendezvous point, and notes about existing locations such as the Sorceress Memorial, but this one is specific to the Laguna era. So, at a glance, what do we make of all of this? Firstly, I think it alludes mostly to the Sorceress War era and Adol's reign, which is only hinted at in the final game, and Laguna's role in that. We have Esther attacking Trabia, which would likely have only occurred during her leadership. We have what's called the Adia White Seed Ship rendezvous point in the bottom right of the Esther region, which I think would relate perhaps to Adia and the White Seed rescuing Alone in Laguna's era for the first time, and taking her to the orphanage perhaps. And this provokes
I mean, that does make sense if it was going to be like 50% of the
fascinating
game.
Prospect for a thread of story or dialogue about Laguna and Adia's relationship, synchronizing their efforts or something. And then we have the note of Esther's old capital, so there's questions around whether this would have been Adol's seat of power prior to the super high-tech one that we find in the final game. In keeping with the map for a bit, and the Laguna era, we have the Galbadia region, and here we have a location called Flower City, which is probably an early note or draft about Windhill, since this is located exactly where Windhill is in the final game. We also have a Laguna escape point annotated on the coast by Windhill, so this is perhaps a segment where we may have seen him washed up in his escape from the Centra or something like that. And moving away from the map, just briefly, there is evidence of the Windhill era of Laguna's story, making it into production before being cut. Since we have pre-rendered backgrounds that weren't used in the final game, we have a distinctive green car featured that wasn't used in the final game, and there's also versions of the Windhill mansion all smashed up, and the evidence of how this is used leads to the impression that Laguna may have crashed this car into the Windhill mansion.
So he does talk about the Windhill. It's so funny because I could swore I thought like a text search. Maybe the captions didn't pick it up.
Where we may have seen him washed up in his escape from the Centra or something like that. And moving away from the map, just briefly, there is evidence of the Windhill era of Laguna's story, making it into production before being cut. Since we have pre-rendered backgrounds that weren't used in the final game, we have a distinctive green car featured that wasn't used in the final game, and there's also versions of the Windhill mansion all smashed up, and the evidence of how this is used leads to the impression that Laguna may have crashed this car into the Windhill mansion. And some code investigators have found some dialogue with people complaining to him about that. Interestingly, we also have Boolean values in the code which toggle on or off Ward and Kiros in Windhill. So this may allude to an abandoned variable where Ward can be obtained in the story, and likewise, and perhaps more interestingly, there are variables where Laguna's party, along with Adia, can be present in the Dolet screens as well. So this shows perhaps the extent to which past events with Laguna may have spread around the world and gone to the same locations as Squall. He may have even had his own world map exploration to himself, and his arc may have overlapped with Adia and other characters from the past a little bit more. So very interesting stuff there. The final bit I'd like to cover, without labouring on every intricacy, is the annotations of the Central region, called Lighthouse from Squall and Cypher's memories, and this is where the orphanage is. Now, this is fascinating for a few reasons. Firstly, it says Squall and Cypher's memories, not Squall and the party or Squall and the orphans. It hints perhaps that the entire collective orphan angle may not have been.
Never played FF8. Would you recommend it for someone who likes to 100% complete games? Notorious. Unfortunately, I'm like the worst person to ask that question of, because I almost never 100% complete games. So it's hard for me to view a game the way you view a game. So for example, if you're asking if it's like really difficult or if it's like, I just don't know. Leon in chat is saying, yes, it's very easy to 100%. So there you go. Yeah.
A thing in the original draft. Perhaps it would have been a more motley team of Final Fantasy characters from different locations, or at least different gardens in the finished game. And what it does do is focus specifically on a connection, or at least a relationship and history between Squall and Cypher. Now, Cypher is an important secondary character in Final Fantasy VIII proper, but many, including myself, feel that there was a lot more going on with him that wasn't fully shown or realised in the final game. His kinship and vendetta with Squall, his relationship to Rinoa, the Sorceress Knight angle. It seems like his connection to Squall may have originally been dialed up in an original draft to become something more emotively and historically connected. If they both recalled this lighthouse sequence which became Adir's orphanage, would this mean that they had some deeper level of conversation? Would it mean perhaps that we got internal monologues or flashbacks from Cypher as well as Squall? There's a lot that could have been unpacked here, which would have offered some great dynamism between the two characters, which was touched on but never fully fulfilled in the finished game. So there we have it, a brief high-level
There's a lot of
view
things that
some
are
of the
touched on, but not
interviews, map
fully
notes,
fulfilled.
and debugged data that hints at what Final Fantasy VIII might have been if they'd retained the fuller story up into release. Indeed, the notes provided hints that the dream sequences, and certainly the party all coming from the same place, may not have even been on the cards in the original draft, and those who regard Irvine's basketball court monologue at Trabia, where he reveals all these collective memories, as an extremely hammy piece of writing, they may well have picked up on a point where Katase and Najima were trying to square the circle of a heavily redacted and adapted.
Yeah, that's a really good point, actually. Hold on, let me replay that.
Where he reveals all these collective memories as an extremely hammy piece of writing. They may well have picked up on a point where Katase and Najima were trying to square the circle of a heavily redacted and adapted, but otherwise cohesive story. All said, Final Fantasy VIII remains.
Yeah, I mean that makes sense. That's very possible. The fact that like some of the things that maybe, because we talked about that part feeling kind of quick and a little bit truncated and all of that, but that could be because literally it was truncated. Did you know that FF10 and Tidus and Blitzball was actually inspired by the 2002 FIFA World Cup? Fascinating. There's actually a fun fact video that we're about to watch.
Means for both stories to take.
Not this one. There's a 5 Insane. I forgot who sent this. Somebody sent this in chat. But at the same time, I also seemed to be a comment from someone that seems to be interested in the fact that I'm a dumb theory bro. So I know it's hard for you to read it. I think you might actually be blocked on your screen because it might be behind chat. So I could do it this way. Let's do this live chat. So this person replied to an old video of mine, actually, and said, "It baffles me how theory bros can actually zoom in this." I can. Okay, yes, can see it even better. "It baffles me how theory bros switch off their brains at the Crisis Core eating hair scene. The soldier surgery is left intentionally vague because these games are T-rated, but we know enough to say it's incorporating Genova's flesh into a human body." Interesting. "We can look at eating as the same principle, albeit in a crude fashion, instead of taking something foreign into your body and absorbing it into yourself too. If the surgery already isn't shown, and they had to change Genova's blood to purple sparkles, they aren't going to show the Genesis copy drinking someone's blood or eating their body parts either. The Genesis copy eats Zack's hair because that's the T-rated version of cannibalism. I hope the rebirth scene of S blood, S cells, S hair is out clearer to you as well." To be clear, I fully understand the scene and what is happening. I can still find it silly. Similarly, in Rebirth, when Palmer shows up after the Dine fight, and throws a temper tantrum over being overlooked and ignored and picking a fight. The day after his hotel room got canceled on him, I can understand his motivation to start a boss fight there, yet still find it silly. But good point about T rating. Eating care may have been a necessary workaround. Still fun to joke about. It's like, brother. Plus, like the scene that he's talking, like literally when I mention it in the video, I think it's like an offhand sort of
Since
like
the
joke.
release of Final Fantasy,
I don't even make like a mean-spirited point about it from what I remember. Let me see. I definitely said hair. I assume. Wait, what the fuck? Search for hair.
and for this of all things,
I love the live stream sequence where Cloud's past voices leading the Final Fantasy VII Remake trilogy. The producer and overarching creative director love the live stream sequence where Cloud's past is revealed. If it's such a standout part of the game, how could they spoil it?
and for this of all things.
No way. He just ate my hair.
It's like I didn't even make a point about it not making sense or anything like that. I literally just made a point about it being fucking silly. But this person got bent out of shape about it because I guess they're probably a Crisis Core stan. But whatever. Yeah, August 25th. There's a Revelation show we'll check out. So this video is going to be probably the last one of the night because it's getting there. It's getting late already. It's 11 o'clock. But this one seemed fun. 5 insane FF8 facts that will make you want to hijack a train. Title alone won me over. Let's see.
It is a bit dramatic. But in my defense, Final Fantasy VIII facts and lore videos are a saturated market. And all the titles I wanted to use were already taken by Final Fantasy Union. So this'll have to do. In the year and a half since starting this channel, I've come across a lot of fun, interesting facts about Final Fantasy VIII that either don't fit the video I'm trying to make or just aren't enough to flesh out a video of their own. So today, I'm giving those fun little facts and tidbits.
It's especially true because like we watched 2 Final Fantasy Union videos and I literally had like 2 other Final Fantasy Union videos loaded up to possibly watch.
A loving home. These are my top 5 fun facts about Final Fantasy VIII that I'm at least 60% confident you've never heard before. Starting with everybody's favourite sorceress, Renoa Hartley, and an interesting rumour about the woman who inspired her. Number 1. The internet hoax about Renoa's inspiration. If you're a Final Fantasy VIII fan, and you've been on the internet for a while, you may have heard that the game's love interest, Renoa Hartley, was based on Japanese actress and singer Takako Matsu. This comparison was widely shared on the western side of the internet in the late 1990s and early 2000s.
I don't know what theory you're talking about, but
because Takako Matsu was the same
how long is it, Summoner John? I haven't even looked at it.
height as Renoa and had a song titled The Shooting Star. Not to mention that in 1997, she starred in a popular J-drama series called Love Generation, where she played a cute and strong-minded young woman.
Oh, did you say it earlier? I'm sorry, I feel like you may have said something, but I may have missed it. It was a long time ago. You might have to type it again. I do have a vague memory of you writing it, but I must have been distracted by the video I was watching.
Woman with a personality not unlike Renoa's. However, this was a complete fake. I mean, Takako Matsu is a legit actress and singer, And she did star in Love Generation and release a song called The Shooting Star. But she was not the inspiration for Renoa. According to Sheila Knight, the creator of long-running Renoa fan site Rebelling Princess and the official #1 Renoa defender on the internet since 1998, the rumour about Takakomatsu started as an April Fool's joke that quickly spiraled out of control. Interestingly,
funny.
Rebelling
I was about to say, if this is not true, why the fuck am I listening to you talk about it? But now
Princess would go on to claim that Final Fantasy VIII producer Yoshinori Kitase loosely based the relationship between Squall and Renoa on 1991 drama Tokyo Love Story, and that Renoa was actually based on a woman Tetsuya Nomura worked with. I haven't found any sources proving or disproving either of these claims, so I guess we'll have to hope that Rebelling Princess has taken pity on us and decided not to play any more internet pranks. Number 2. The love triangle was invented.
Let's see. Well, my theory is Chadley was also inspired by the 2018 World Cup. Oh, wow. You're cornering the World Cup. You have a video, Lightning, that you could make. The surprising connections between Final Fantasy and the World Cup. Although you missed the perfect timing to publish it. The time you should have made this video around the time of the World Cup this year. Now you're going to wait. You have to wait 4 more years, and then you can make a video about it. And his design is Belgian and based on Tintin, and his name comes from Nasser Chadli, who is a Belgian athlete who scored on Japan and eliminated them from the World Cup with only 14 seconds left. There are many documentaries about this and inspired Japan to change their entire soccer programs as a Blue Lock program. And there was even a soccer anime called Blue Lock, and Chadli and some other FF7 voice actors are also voice actors in Blue Lock, and the colors of the chocobo and stuff is Belgian flag colors. Funny. 13 minutes and breezy. All right, maybe we'll see. We'll see how I'm feeling when we reach the end of this.
For the English
Because it's technically a 10-minute video, but you know me, that means it'll be like 30
translation.
minutes.
The bane of my life as the internet's second biggest Renoa translation.
Wait, there was no love triangle. I mean, I guess technically, obviously, there was no love triangle, but yeah, I think there was like some conversation at one point in time in development, maybe.
The bane of my life as the internet's second biggest Renoa defender is watching the way grown adults speak about Renoa heartily. She's been called everything but a child of God since 1998, and all because she had the audacity to, wait for it, fancy 2 boys within the space of a year. Oh my god, burn the witch.
Is there actually drama about her liking, like, having something with Cypher and then Squall? What is wrong with people?
Because according to the internet, you can attempt mass murder and still deserve more sympathy than a girl who flirted with 2 different boys in 1 whole year. Okay, rant over. Anyway, much of this criticism of Renoa comes from the English translation of Final Fantasy VIII, specifically the scene in Galbadia Garden after Cypher's faux execution, where Renoa is asked if she still likes Cypher, and replies, "If I didn't, I wouldn't be talking about it," seemingly confirming that Renoa does in
Actually, that was one of the really well written. I think this whole scene where she talks about it is pretty well written. Because it can be complicated like that. You know what I mean? It's like,
fact
yeah, it's good.
still have feelings for Cypher. But in the original Japanese version, Renoa says something completely
Maybe that's not how it was supposed to be written.
different. When asked if she still has feelings for Cypher, she says, "If I did, I couldn't talk about it like this."
Oh, wow. That's a completely different meaning. Yeah. That is a different meaning. If I did, I couldn't talk about it like this. Yeah, I mean, yeah.
Suggesting that she's reminiscing about their time together because she has already gotten over her feelings for him. So no, Renoa
I thought it was like stuck in her head, you know what I mean? But that actually is a better point. If she did, she probably, yeah.
does not have a crush on Cypher during Final Fantasy VIII.
I never thought that, though. I never thought that.
And even if she did, who cares? It's important to remember that video
Yeah, I mean, I meme a lot about Chadley, but it's not quite the type of material that I would
Game
do.
translation is a very difficult job, but I'm still kind of baffled at the decision to make such a major change in dialogue, especially since it completely changed the meaning of the scene. But
To be fair, I get how, like, I know they did these translations fast and wording on that was close. So, I mean, yes, it literally meant the opposite, but the actual words used were different. Yeah, maybe an
I'm
industry.
curious, if you've played this game in another language other than English,
I mean, and that's not anything, you know, it's just like I literally make so few videos. Like I stream a lot now, but if you look at my videos list, I mean, I made 2 videos last year total. So yeah.
let me know in the comment section. How was this scene translated in your version? Number 3. Nomura is the reason there was only one love interest. For all the love Tetsuya Nomura has given Renoa in recent years, see my video about Kingdom Hearts for more context, it's fascinating to me that his preference for her is the reason a multiple love interest scene was dropped from Final Fantasy VIII.
In Spanish, the dialogue about Cypher is the same as Japanese.
Fans of Final Fantasy VII might remember the Golden Saucer date, where you had the option to bring any of the game's female main characters and Barrett on a romantic interlude, depending on who you had the highest affection points with. A similar mechanic was suggested for Final Fantasy VIII.
It's not exactly the same, but this does make me think about choosing the song for the FH dance. And I still despise the developers for making me have to play the Irish jig one in order to get the best dialogue between the two of them.
Early on in development, with Squall choosing to dance at the Seed inauguration ball with either Quistis,
Because that song was not the vibe.
Selphie, or Renoa.
Especially not for like the content of the conversation.
Based on which girl had the highest affection points. But according to Yoshinori Kitase, for this game, Nomura wanted to do the same thing, giving these values to Renoa, Selphie, and Quistis, and have their reactions changed according to the activities of the main character. However, after a lot of discussion, Nomura and Nojima decided that
Think fuck, because we've seen what it's done to FF7. Jesus.
Renoa had a special significance for
Thank you. Just give us the one thing and save us from the
the
debates.
story they wanted to do. For example, Nomura had the idea that he wanted Squall and Renoa to have a fated meeting at the Seed inauguration ball. When he heard that with affection values, Squall might dance with Selphie or Quistis, depending on the player, he said that Renoa should be the only possibility. It's clear that he had a special attachment to Renoa, so we scrapped the affection values and limited it to Renoa only. For a brief shining
I think
moment
somebody in
in
chat
history,
mentioned this at one point.
players could have danced the Seed Shuffle with Selphie or Quistis, but thanks to Tetsuya Nomura, it was
Oh, is
Renoa
there?
or nothing, officially making him the 3rd biggest Renoa defender on the internet. Now about that letter in Kingdom Hearts 2. Number 4. Final Fantasy VIII at the
Oh.
Olympics.
Lightning.
Did you know that Final Fantasy
Lightning.
VIII made history at the Summer Olympics? In 2004, Team USA's Alison Bartoshik
Holy shit, really?
and Anna Kozlova performed an artistic
That's
synchronized
cool.
swimming duet to a remix of Liberi Fatali and Fitos Lushek Wikos Vinosek.
Lightning, your video is expanding. Now you got Olympics. You're going to have to find all the world
Composed
events.
by the legendary Nobuo Uematsu. According to Alison Bartoshik, the
That is
4-minute
awesome.
long routine was a reference to the myth of Medusa, the ancient Greek priestess who was transformed
Is this anywhere on YouTube? Like the full performance?
into a gorgon with venomous snakes for hair.
I would
This
assume
was
it
done
might
to
be.
pay homage to Greece, the host country of the 2004 Olympics. It's no surprise that Fitos Lushek Wikos Vinosek, say that 5 times fast, which was the unofficial sorceress theme in Final Fantasy VIII, would be
Athens,
used in a routine
2004.
depicting Medusa, a powerful woman transformed into a magical being without her consent by the will of a god. Personally,
Yes.
I think Medusa and
Hold on. Gotta watch this shit.
Number 10, the United States of America.
Uma played Medusa in the George Clooney Batman. I forgot what it's called. Batman Forever, I think. No, maybe not. Oh, sorry. I was thinking of, you know what I was thinking of? I was thinking of that when she played Poison Ivy in Batman. But you're asking about Medusa. That was 2010 film Percy Jackson and the Olympians. Oh, here it is. I was like, I haven't heard the song yet. That's sick. It's definitely a mix of tracks, though, yeah. Here it is. Cool. Oh my god. I really want to know what, like, that's so funny. Who, like, they know the song? Did somebody on their team know it? It's like a cool, I wonder. Someone in this orbit played FF8. Amazing. That's really cool. That lives up to the fun facts. 5 insane facts.
And the Sorceress Ultimecia would get on like a... Well, I was going to say house on fire, but honestly, I don't want to give either of them any ideas. Not only did this routine win Anna and Allison a bronze medal for the United States, it also landed Final Fantasy VIII in the Guinness World Record book, becoming the first RPG video game to have its music used at the Olympic Games.
Oh, look at
the
that.
power of the sorcerer.
That's like such a specific category. The first RPG game to be used in an Olympics, but I'll give it to you.
Indeed. Number 5. The Gaming Magazine and the Ultimecia Screenshot. This story comes courtesy of ff8isthebest.com. The link to their original article will be put down below in the description. In November 2001, American teen gaming magazine Game.
God, I miss. I'm dating myself like a fucker right now. But I miss like a good. God, remember when it was like? Remember when this was the way you got any kind of gaming news? I know this is like what we have now is obviously better. Like we get more frequent updates. We get like, you know, full videos. But man, I'm thinking back now, like the excitement of like seeing a Final Fantasy logo on a title of like of one of the magazines and it's like, oh shit, oh man, there's a new story about that. Oh man, the new Final Fantasy information. 17-page blowout. Oh my god, 17 pages. Those are the days. I actually wrote, a lot of times I would write letters to the editor, and I made it into GamePro twice. I made it into EGM like once, and I think I made it into like official PlayStation magazine one time too. Yeah, which was, I remember the first time I was like, I just picked up a copy of, I'm pretty sure it was a GamePro, and I was like reading it in the mall. We picked it up in the mall, and then my mom did some shopping, and so I was reading the magazine, and I started reading the letter, and I was like, wait, this sounds like the one I wrote. And then I finished it. I'm like, this does sound like the one I wrote. And then I saw my name. I was like, oh my god. But yeah.
Now, the successor to Expert Gamer magazine published a disgruntled fan letter in its very first issue, criticizing the repeated inclusion magazine game.
That was not me. Okay, I wrote letters to the editor, and I wrote letters and I got them published. I did not get any crazy ones.
The successor to Expert Gamer magazine published a disgruntled fan letter in its very first issue, criticizing the repeated inclusion of a screenshot of Ultimisha's throne room.
A great debate. Even though the games have been out for many years, avid Final Fantasy fans are still arguing about which game in the series is the best. Is it Part 8, as shown above, or one of the other terrific Final Fantasy games? Does it matter about showing the ending? Is that what it is? I thought maybe because he said the wrong thing, but it is 8.
From a previous edition, the repeat published a disgruntled fan letter in its very first issue, criticizing the repeated inclusion of a screenshot of Ultimisha's throne room from a previous edition of Expert Gamer. The letter read, in what seems like every issue of Expert Gamer, in your letter section, you have had the same screenshot of Final Fantasy VIII.
Okay.
Let me express my feelings. Final Fantasy VIII sucked compared with Final Fantasy VII and IX. If you are going to put the same screenshot up again and again, at least put up a good one. Still, I know you will probably put it up again just to take me off. The magazine replied,
fuck you, my guy.
Well, Tim, we certainly do agree with you that Final Fantasy IX is better than Final Fantasy VIII. However, we do believe that Final Fantasy VIII was far superior than Final Fantasy VII. Of course, that's just our opinion. Regarding the repeated picture, we honestly don't know what you're talking about. We haven't noticed any such thing. Still, we will not print anything in our magazine that is deliberately trying to upset our readers. Game Now would go on to include that exact.
There were sometimes in magazines were the fucking, they were so peak. There would be some like snarky replies. FF8's a great game, but it's nowhere near FF7 level. You gotta type it, Drake. You gotta put it in the mail, send it to, wherever Game Now is, and then hope time compression happens. So that your letter, your angry response, could end up catching their glance. Bitch, 30 years later, I still hate you. I still disagree with you. FF7 is still better. FF8's not even getting a remake, bitch. Yeah, which one's getting remade? By the way, 2020, stay inside.
Image of Ultimisha's throne room in every issue they could, almost every month, until the magazine was shut down in January 2004. Whereupon, the petty geniuses running the magazine printed out a full-page poster version of the screenshot in its final issue that read it and would.
That's amazing.
Almost every month, Ultimisha's readers.
They continued doing it and then kept posting a caption about it.
Game Now would go on to include that exact image of Ultimisha's throne room.
The group of adventurers has grazed pages of Game Now more than we care to mention.
In every issue
Make it stop. Will we ever tire of putting this picture in our magazine? Apparently not.
They could, almost every month until the magazine was shut down in January 2004.
To be fair, that is a really awesome scene. Like, first of all, even if you hate 8, it's actually like an awesome scene. It's a fucking big showdown. But even just a shot of it, like the composition of it is cool as fuck. Like the composition of this scene is cool as shit. Man.
Almost every month until the magazine was shut down in January 2004. Whereupon, the petty geniuses running the magazine printed out a full-page poster version of the screenshot in its final issue that readers could tear out and hang on their wall. But if you thought that was the end of the story,
wait, what?
I'm delighted
There's more?
to tell you that Game Now had one last trick up their sleeve.
No way.
Phil Salvador, a video game historian and one of the people behind ff8isthebest.com, discovered that when you line up the physical copies of each issue of Game Now magazine, a very familiar image starts to appear. If you're gonna be petty, it might as well be for a good cause. And what Game Now magazine, a very familiar image starts to appear.
That is one of the greatest fucking pieces of gaming information that has ever existed in the history of the universe. That is so fucking funny. That is so amazing.
If you're gonna be petty, it might as well be for a good cause. And what better cause could there be than defending Final Fantasy VIII?
This is levels of petty that can never
Those
be
are my
replicated.
top 5 Final
Holy
Fantasy VIII
shit.
fun facts.
You know what? Game Dove, you've been debated on this channel. I think Cordova came around to you though after some conversation in the Discord. But good job. That was a very fun video. Let me see if this, maybe let's check out the Summoner John one, maybe. Let's see. All right, this is a scene that he said.
Light.
The intro to this. God damn it.
Welcome, Summoners of Light.
The intro. Sorry, just gonna trying to copy the link. This is from Summoner John, who still might be in chat. I'm not sure, but he posted it in the Discord with the message. This scene means a lot to me, and in FF8 fashion, it is understated. She takes no more as any of you straightforward. That's absolutely not what you do. Yeah, with Nomura.
Light. Today I wanted to talk about what I feel is the most meaningful scene in Final Fantasy. This video contains spoilers for Final Fantasy VIII. If you haven't beaten Final Fantasy VIII, please consider coming back to the video after you have. So the scene that is the most meaningful...
TYBZ just subscribed, thank you. Where was that, on Twitch? Thank you so much. Actually, no, I think that would be YouTube. Here's the link to the video we're checking out now.
To me in Final Fantasy is the Julia Laguna hotel scene. And really, I'm shocked this scene doesn't get talked about more. It's a quiet moment, but one filled with emotion, weight, and potential. Squall, Zell, and Selphie are transported into a dream during an earlier time in the life of a man named Laguna who goes to the Galbadia Hotel with 2 of his squad mates and friends, as he's done many times before. His friends pick on him because they know that he has a crush on the pianist who plays there. Her name is Julia. When they sit down, they start joking with Laguna, giving him a bit of a hard time.
Yeah, the dialogue in the scene is so good.
Asking him if he's gonna...
I'm like, because it's been so long since we played the scene, like, as you were describing the situation, it came flooding back into my head. I started to remember like specific, not like specific pieces of dialogue necessarily, but I remember reacting to 2 specific pieces of dialogue and being like, oh shit, that was really funny, or That was really well written.
Approach Julia. Julia walks in and sits at her piano, as usual, and Laguna's friends continue to rile him up and encourage him in a positive way to go talk to her, as he's never talked to her before. Laguna works up the courage to approach Julia as she's playing, but funny enough, his leg starts cramping. It's an awkward but authentic moment. He kind of tries to walk it off a little bit and then approaches her again as she plays, then nervously sits back down with his friends, Kiros and Ward, when suddenly Kiros and Ward's attention and the conversation turns to them leaving Laguna on his own. Well, not quite on his own. In Laguna's confusion, Julia approaches and asks if she can sit down with him, and Laguna invites her to join him. Julia asks him how his leg's doing, and Laguna lets her know that it's fine.
It's funny. We'll maybe look at it after, unless it's in the video, maybe in the video. But I remember watching a version of I think it was a video that had the lyrics of Eyes on Me. Yeah, it must have been. And then when I saw the lyrics of Eyes on Me just in isolation, just sung, I was like, oh, it reminded me so much of the like this specific scene. It's all about that topic wise. I don't know about the Moffat example. I genuinely don't know who that person is. So it's hard for me to say. I know you're explaining it, but I just don't know who that is. So, also some think Zidane was low-key named after a dude named Zidane. Best soccer players.
He tells her it happens all the time when he gets nervous.
Oh yeah, I mean, I've never seen Doctor Who, so.
Julia reassures him that
like from what I know of Doctor Who, yeah, it's kind of mindfucky, so that would make sense for
there's no reason to feel nervous around her. She invites Laguna to talk in her room, a little more privately and quietly, and says that she's actually been wanting to talk to him. She lets him know that he can ask for her room at the front desk. Laguna wonders if he's dreaming. Finding his confidence, Laguna goes to the hotel front desk and asks for Julia's hotel room, as she requested. Laguna ends up in Julia's hotel room. Julia asks Laguna to have a seat, but he's too nervous to sit still.
I also really like the interjections of your own thoughts in this. It just added layers to it.
He charmingly paces around the room, and Julia laughs. Laguna shares that he's a big fan of Julia's, and Julia puts together that that's why he often comes to hear her play. Laguna can't believe it and is beside himself that Julia noticed him. Julia reminisces about how Laguna would always smile while he listened to her play, then shares that she thinks his eyes are beautiful. She lets him know that she wants to just talk, gazing into his beautiful eyes, then offers him a drink. Laguna stays engaged, sharing about himself, or, alternatively, falls asleep for a while after drinking some wine and talking himself into a nap. He lets her know that he doesn't really like fighting too much, but he enjoys traveling and seeing new places. He mentions how much his friends and comrades, Kiros and Ward, mean to him. He asks Julia to join them to go out drinking sometime. He confides in her about wanting to quit the army and become a journalist, so that he can share about his travels and the things he's seen. Becoming aware that he opened up about himself quite a bit, he turns to Julia and asks her about her dreams. She opens up about how she wants to sing and not just play, but that she has a hard time putting lyrics together. She shares that Laguna has inspired her to write a song, presumably the first song she's written. His expressions and emotions,
I assume it's Eyes on Me, and
the
then
hurt,
the lyrics of that are
worry, deep pain,
very deep.
his smile,
lyrics.
face, and eyes. All these things that Julia has seen from her not-so-secret admirer have truly inspired her to write something meaningful. Laguna asks if he's dreaming again, and Julia playfully pinches him to remind him that this is reality and could continue to be so. She states that it's not a dream, is it? But those words may prove false in a certain sense later on. As they share this beautiful moment, there's a knock at the door. Kyros calls for Laguna and informs him that there's new orders to meet at the president's residence immediately.
Big thing in the background. Back here?
And as Laguna's being called away, Julia
About Eyes on Me. I'm not sure.
asks if they can meet again. Laguna reassures her that of course they will, and that he'll have to come hear her sing again. This is the last and only time Laguna and Julia will spend together.
Yeah.
They share their dreams for the future, which include being with each other, but they don't directly give voice to that aloud. Hints of love, genuineness, and potential can clearly be felt and are born in this moment, never to be realized by them themselves. This moment is a slow burn in the sense that it becomes more fulfilling as you experience the rest of Final Fantasy VIII.
Yeah.
Laguna continues to fight and be called off to war. Later we find out that in her grief,
But I do think it has like a like as tragic as it is that they don't have an opportunity, you know. It is interesting in two ways, right? That one, just in terms of like it being a very realistic depiction of eventually he does move on and ends up with Rain and genuinely loves Rain, right? Like that's who we see. We see that connection at the very end of the game. So it just shows how you can deeply love, or I mean, to be fair, he didn't know he didn't really know Julia. They had one conversation with her. And obviously they were both interested in each other and attracted to one another. But yeah, and then obviously both their kids end up together. They still got them together, yeah, through their children, exactly. Song about a lost love they only knew briefly, lost in tragedy, and thinking about them being there. She ends up with Caraway, and they seems to have been happy before she died in a car accident, yeah.
and heartache for what
Which you have those connections, right? You have those connections and they feel like they're, cosmic, but then they don't work out. They don't work out, And so,
could have been love, full happy life with Laguna. Julia marries General Caraway. It ends up having a daughter. That daughter is Renoa. Laguna later finds out that Julia got married, but ends up falling for Rain through his travels. Laguna and Rain end up having a
Plenty
son,
of Chocobo in the sea.
Squall. Final Fantasy VIII's main theme is love, and has a heavy theme of fate. We get this very authentic, charming, awkward glimpse into growing love and airy, impactful potential that sends shockwaves and deeply resonates at your core. This experience helps us feel what Laguna and Julia could have had. Later on, we find out that Julia died tragically in a car accident when Renoa was young. What could have been for them will never be. However, in a turn of fate and beauty, Squall and Renoa end up falling in love with one another, struggling with growing up as teenagers through life, emotion, difficult experience, and the things that only a JRPG can bring. During the hotel scene, the music is used masterfully in a game that has one of the best video game soundtracks of all time. The song Julia plays an arrangement of Eyes on Me as Julia sits down and plays the piano. This then leads into Roses and Wine, a song that is also used later while Squall catches Renoa and they're floating in space.
I didn't know that.
The music then drifts later after they move to Julia's hotel room when she shares that she wants to sing and write a song. Love Grows starts playing. This is the song that plays when Squall carries Renoa across the train tracks, and when Renoa is in bed and Squall watches over her.
That's cool.
What's amazing about this hotel,
it's like literally Julia's music kind of narrates the love story of Squall and Renoa. That's crazy.
Scene and the music of Final Fantasy VIII is that this song that Julia creates from her experience with Laguna is Eyes on Me. There's an arrangement of Eyes on Me that plays during the famous Squall and Renoa waltz scene. This song, Eyes on Me, that Julia wrote about Laguna and that she sings, plays while Squall and Renoa hold each other in the Ragnarok.
Fuck
which
you.
is also later in the game. Eyes on each other in the Ragnarok.
Really?
Which is also later in the game. Eyes on Me finally plays at the finale of the game, coming full circle from what could have been.
Wait, hold on. But what was the other thing I was thinking? I want to hear this.
Squall starts across the train tracks, and when Renoa is in bed and Squall watches over her. What's amazing about this hotel scene and the music of Final Fantasy VIII is that this song that Julia creates from her experience with Laguna is Eyes on Me. There's an arrangement of Eyes on Me that plays during the famous Squall and Renoa waltz scene. This song, Eyes on Me, that Julia wrote about Laguna and that she sings, plays while Squall and Renoa hold each other.
Oh, that's what I was reacting to. That's something that she wrote even played at this moment.
In the Ragnarok, which is also later in the game. Eyes on Me finally plays at the finale of the game, coming full circle from what could have been with Laguna and Julia. I'm not going to try to show up Julia and sing it on here, but I encourage you to look up the lyrics for Eyes on Me. It'll probably give you a greater appreciation of the scene and the song. This potential, this dream
they hit me with that
was not realized between them, but through their children. Squall and Renoa find each other and fall in love. This hotel scene is the emotional heartbeat of Final Fantasy VIII. These children of destiny realize what their parents were not given the chance to. This sequence at the Galbadian Hotel between Laguna and Julia is the core of Final Fantasy VIII. This may be the most human Final Fantasy has ever been.
You know, it's funny because, like, to that point, kind of it does the fairy tale love really well in terms of Julia and Laguna, but then it does this very grounded, realistic connection that forms between Laguna and Rain it does this extremely well too. You know what I mean? Like I remember I really did enjoy the Windhill scene where it's like you have a little bit of that tension in, when they're first, there. And then there's that moment. I think it's a different Windhill return, but either way, it's the one where Laguna walks up. He kind of overhears them talking in the second floor, and then he goes up and they have the actual conversation about that, it's just really well done. Like it's just as romantic. I guess that's the better point, is like the stuff with Laguna and Rain, even though technically the Laguna and Julia stuff is the more famous love story and like meat story. The story of Laguna and Rain also meeting is given the same exact level of care in terms of like building a romantic connection. So it handles that really well for Laguna on both stories.
But there's one,
which is just real. You know what I mean? It's just a very real depiction. You have these moments in life of there are different loves that can come into your life. There are some who are lucky enough, right, to have the one, but that's super crazy rare. So showing a depiction of like genuine love growing multiple times is amazing.
thing I know for sure. This is the scene that means the most to me. That will wrap up my thoughts in this video. In the comments, please let me know which meaningful Final Fantasy scene your eyes are on the most. Please don't leave any spoilers in the comments for Final Fantasy XI or Final Fantasy XIV After a Realm Reborn, as I have not played through those yet. I'm almost certain Ben Starr will never watch this, but in the off chance that you do, Ben, is this scene meaningful to you? Please consider doing me the honor of chatting about it together sometime.
This is a video from Summoner John.
Credit to Dan's G08
link
for
right
the
there.
Final Fantasy VIII footage used in this video. Please consider checking out his playthroughs of different games on his channel. Also, special thanks and credit to EGP Tekken for the Eyes on Me information entry in this video. If you liked the video, please consider giving the video a like and sharing.
Yeah, we're
with a
about to
friend.
wrap it up.
If you dislike the video,
About to wrap it up.
please dislike it. I really appreciate each and every one of you watching this. And if just one person gains more appreciation for this wonderful, forgotten, and underappreciated Final Fantasy VIII scene, it'll make it all worth it. Have a meaningful rest of your day.
This is regular HD. How was this done? Let's see. That's the thing I asked you when you were at FanFest. Oh, did you? Oh, wait, what did you ask me exactly? I just kind of want to watch the ending again. The Eyes on Me information entry. Oh, got it. Oh, I remember. Now I kind of remembered, but now I actually remembered. Got it. Dude, have I been calling you the wrong name this whole time, by the way? Is it Summoner Jobin? I'm just realizing I've been calling you Summoner John. Am I going crazy? Was that your name in the Discord, or did I literally misread it twice? Like in two different platforms? It is Summoner Jobin. Oh my god, why did I read? I've been reading that as Summoner John. How and why? How did I do that? Just kind of want to read it again, though. Got it. Overwhelming. Yeah, I could really see the AI upscaling hardcore here. Hold on. They're in bony asses. I didn't even notice it until I read that and looked at my screen and his ass was right there. I was like, what is he talking about? And I'm like, oh, yeah. It's Angeal. Angeal. The games are connecting, chat. FF8 is just another world. Revelation is gonna seamlessly go to the FF8 remake. We've made a lot of revelations tonight. A lot of connections. So cool. This is so cool. The balls to like propose this visually. Especially in a video game. I've never seen anything like this in a video game. Like film has done crazy shit like visually has done stuff like this, but like at this point in time, this is pretty new for video games. Probably like some horror games might do it. I've never played Silent Hill 2. I don't know if it does something trippy like that. But it was like, this is such a bold choice. That's why even when I remember being a kid and like being disappointed by 8 or like feeling disappointed by 8, but I can never like actually like really dislike it because I actually kind of respected this. I didn't understand this, and so I think that affected my enjoyment the first time through. But now, like, I really dig it. I do wonder what the mask explosion in space is meant to signify, though. I still haven't fully grasped that image, like what that's trying to communicate. It's like he thinking worst case scenario, or is it showing that his connection to the truth is disappearing? Like his memories are getting lost, and like in the process of getting lost, he even starts misremembering them, or like, yeah, I guess remembering the wrong thing. It's almost like the memories themselves become really unstable. So it needs a stabilization of Renoa here. There have to be several videos, I assume, of people like breaking down the imagery of this ending, like shot for shot. Like probably have theories about that scene I was just asking about. There's always like ending explained videos, so. We get copyrighted again. Oh well. Like, what a transition from an ending that feels like bleak as hell, like suddenly an ending that, and you feel this way for a while. Like this starts, I mean, the really weird shit starts around he's lost in the desert right at the start of this. So for about 5 minutes, it's just like the memory slipping and him feeling more alone and just everything being going to shit. And then 5 minutes in, it finally turns with her arriving and finding him. So like, because they've allowed this much buildup, like it's basically almost half the scene. When this happens, it feels really earned. Because if you do this too quickly, you're not feeling the drama of the potential loss of like things gone awry. You know what I mean? You don't feel the weight of it. Because like functionally, it's still doing the same thing. Functionally, it's supposed to be like, oh, now you could feel good. Now you're allowed to feel, happy. But it works because it takes so long to get to it. If it were to happen a lot faster, it would just feel cheesy. It would, yeah. Again, the patience of FF8 with its storytelling. Drake, that's a pretty good. I mean, I agree, Drake. Although I will say, the one that did feel earned to me was I don't want to spoil, but the one before that, like right before that, there's wing imagery. Like that one got to me. I don't want to say it. Like I'm sure everyone here or most people here probably played it, but I just don't want to say it. But like that one got me. That one's earned because of that relationship. How much you go through there. I am not surprised that Cordoba's message is about Cypher. Whenever Cypher is on screen, Cordoba can't help it. Just needs to throw tomatoes. Well, I think they portray I just think they portray Cypher as like an obvious poser in a way, to your point, but it's like there is a sympathy in it in a weird way, that at least that I have, of like he puts like like I don't fault the kid for seeing someone who they think is really cool in a movie, trying to emulate that, you know what I mean, like modeling themselves after that. I don't like hold it against him that he did that. That's ultimately his tragedy, is that he wasn't supposed to be in the position that he was in, but he got himself into it. So I mean, I don't like him, but I'm just saying, you're not supposed to like all characters. I guess it does feel the most discordant, right? Like I'm not really feeling in the mood to forgive him when I see this scene, when he pops up. Like I'll give you that. Like I don't really care to see a happy scene with him, but I guess I'm not like angry about seeing a happy scene with him. Again, it's so funny because what I remember about this game is the Julia Laguna relationship. Like, because that's the romantic one you remember, but this one is actually, I feel more strongly about this one now, As a kid, I think I enjoyed the Julia story. This is really a lovely, like, love story that these two have. It's Up. It's the movie Up. I know, Roland. Yeah. I really like Alone as a character too. Roland is just looking to pick a fight. Damn. A good number of FF games seems to have the philosophy of beating you after you beat them. Yeah. Just kill you with emotion. My only, the one thing I do wish we got a little bit more time with the rest of the party, or at least character development with the rest of the party. There's a good amount of it earlier in the game, but the further you get toward the back end of the game, it feels like all those like side party members kind of get pushed to the side. At least in terms of like any kind of like focus or development. Like, cause there's a lot of good material in Irvine's story, that I liked when they explored that. It would have been nice to get a little bit more of that with like, Keistis and Selphie and but they also had to give time to build the characters, obviously, for Laguna and everyone, and even Adea and Alone. Alone especially needed that character development time. in the the back half of the game. It's also funny because I did hear the correction that obviously it's only hot dogs in English, and then in Japanese it's more of like a bread, like a special bread. And that's what you can see here. It is sort of the shape of a hot dog, so they got away with it in the localization. But yeah, it looks, it's clearly just like bread. Because it's a Japanese bread, or a, you know, that's a reference. But the shape is close enough to hot dogs. Something about this is hilarious. This way he crashes out, explodes. No, Irvine does though, because Irvine has the moment where, I mean, there's the end of disc 1 with Irvine. Well, does that ever go anywhere though? Because you learn, I think so. Yeah, because you learn about like struggling to remember, but you see that he's like, because he talks himself up big, right? When you first meet him. Then when he's in the position where he has to do the assassination, he chickens out of it and actually reveals this is all a farce, like his whole bravado. And then I think he talks a little bit more about that later in with the reveal of the orphanage, but I could be wrong. I don't know if they ever wrap it back around and have him solve the sort of scaredy cat thing. Can't remember. But I do remember like feeling there was dimension to Irvine at some point in the story and really liking that. It's implied that he choked because he recognized a Dea. Fuck me. I just took it more as like he's not really built like that. Both readings work. I actually like if it comes across like he just doesn't have it in him, you know. I guess unless the implication is to then show that he still is a competent party member, you know what I mean? Because it makes him look like he's absolutely inexperienced when he can't do the shot, when he can't take the shot. So that kind of paints him a little bit as an imposter. Legend has that Mike Tyson played FF8 and got his face tattooed himself. Yeah, I've thought of that before. A fake out. Part about being a lone sniper is an act, but he is someone who tends to be emotionally steady outside of that. Oddly, with the wondering eye, got it. So yeah, so because it's not a trait that needs to be overcome, which is how I originally read it, or originally interpreted it, it's actually that he may have recognized her. Because that's the one moment where he actually gets shaky. But he just doesn't. Actually, he would recognize her because, yeah, he didn't forget. Because he hadn't used the GFs before. Oh my God, you're right. You're totally right. I just have to look back at that dialogue. Fuck, I didn't expect to do this. Let's look back at the dialogue, but I'm going to. At the end of disc 1. I'm going to find my playthrough. I want to see what he says when he... There he is, the boy. I think I found it. Whatsoever. Oh, damn it. Progress, however, due to some optional. Let's see. Where does Irvine choke? I have to use the bathroom so bad. I was gonna end stream, but I just want to see these lines of dialogue. Fuck. It was earlier, wasn't it? There they are in the crowd. This is when they go to get her, so it happened. Oh, it happened after. No. Oh, right here, yeah. World. It's all too much. Really ready for. What if there's like an earlier scene after she's first revealed where he recognizes her? Yeah, he's like 17, so it kind of makes sense that he's. Irvine Kenius. I can't. I'm sorry. I can't do it. I always choke like this. Oh, I guess maybe because he said I always choke like this. Literally, it gave it to me on a platter. That's why I thought it, right? I try to act all cool, joke around, but I can't handle the pressure. That's why I took it more as a character trait. Forget it. Just shoot. My bullet, the sorcerer, so low down in history. Change the history of Galbadia. Granted, there might be translation stuff. Tribia Garden is the one to name a dia. Oh. So he literally says it that's why he didn't shoot, or that's why he was afraid. I guess I just forgot it. I guess I just forgot it then. Okay. All right. Well, there you go. I guess I didn't mind his dialogue and stuff. I found him funny as a character, so I didn't mind him. It's more that he reveals that he knew all along. Yeah. Okay, so I think that is gonna call it for tonight. So again, the next stream will be on Sunday, August 9th. This coming Sunday. We'll check out the new Before Crisis chapter. We'll also probably play some Rebirth side content. I've kind of been in the mood again. And then Near Replicant Ending E, which I need to play up to the point where the Ending E route starts, because otherwise it's just the beginning of the game again. So I'll do that off stream before Sunday, but then we'll do Ending E on Sunday. So anyway, thank you so much, everyone. Cordoba, Leon, Drake, Carlos, Lightning, everyone who's here. Thank you so much. Have a good night.